Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We need Paul Anderson to come to the tower, please. Paul Anderson, please come to the tower. Attention in the pits. We also have VP race fuel for sale. It's $9.50 a gallon, about 300 feet east of the concession stand. So if you need race fuel, we have VP race fuel for sale. I believe it's 110 octane for $9.50 a gallon. We'll be selling it for about 10-15 minutes. Thank you. All right, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. This is what we've been waiting for. I need index class to lanes 3 and 4 for your first time trial. Index. We need you to lanes 3 and 4, please. Nostalgia Superstock, stand by. But for now, I need index cars. Index class, I need you to lanes 3 and 4, please, for your first time trial. Again, we need index. Index class, we need you to lanes 3 and 4 for your first time trial. Index class, we need you to lanes 3 and 4 for your first time trial of the day. Again, index cars to lanes 3 and 4. Don't need everybody in one lane. We need lanes 3 and 4 filled for index. So please pull up in lane 3. Again, index, we need you to lanes 3 and 4, please. Index to lanes 3 and 4. Nostalgia Superstock, please stand by for your call. All right, as we're working through a little technical difficulties, we should be up and running here any second. I need Nostalgia Superstock. Nostalgia Superstock, we need you to lanes 5 and 6, please. First call, Nostalgia Superstock. We need you to lanes 5 and 6, please. Okay, Index Class racers, suit up. Get in your cars and let's get going. Everybody's going to get a time trial and then one qualifying attempt here. I'm still waiting to hear on the stock, super stock, if we're going to get one or two. Again, we need Nostalgia Superstock. Nostalgia Superstock to lanes 5 and 6. Nostalgia Superstock to lanes 5 and 6, please. Tower lane, we have Dan Woody from Plymouth, Minnesota in the fair lane. Right lane is Ryan Sufelt in a, looks like a 64 Plymouth wagon. Today's combo payout for the winner will be 4,000. Runner up will get 2,000. Semis 800 and quarters will be 400. Okay, well, we're back up and running. First pair to go down the track. Eleven 28.5 for Dan Woody. Ryan goes at 10:59.4. No info on the Camaro yet in the left lane of the auto value lane. Right lane is Brian Anderson out of Millbank, South Dakota in the 99 Camaro. Out of Value Lane goes 10-14 with a 6. Fast Freddy Lane, Brian runs a 10-58 or 10-54 with an 8. Again, Nostalgia Superstockers, we need you to lanes 5 and 6. Nostalgia Superstockers, we need you to lanes 5 and 6, please. Tower Lane is Becky Plackey out of River Falls, 64 Savoy. Right lane is Bruce Lang out of Marathon, Wisconsin, the 68 CUDA. He runs a 9.87 with a 5. Becky runs a 10.30 with a 7. Auto Value Lane is Roman Kieski out of Cadott, Wisconsin in the Chevy Vega, which is for sale. Right lane, the Fast Freddy Lane is Michael Lund out of Bettendorf, Iowa in the 96 Pontiac. Roman runs a 8.99 with a 4. Michael runs 11.12 with an 8. Looks like Dan Elliott in the wagon in the left lane. Jeff Nowak out of Chippewa Falls in the 68 Camaro in the Fast Freddy lane. Jeff runs a 10.65.2 in the right lane. Left lane runs 11.87 with a 4. Okay, we got the fan belt off the racing surface now. So up next will be Kurt Anderson in the Auto Value lane, which is the Tower lane. He's out of Eau Claire, Wisconsin, the Autocraft Race Cars 69 Camaro. Right lane will be Chad Lindberg out of Lindstrom, Minnesota in the 77 Chevrolet Camaro. I believe Kurt is our first red light of the morning. He runs a 10 flat with a 4. Chad runs 11.68 with a 2 in the Fast Freddy's lane. Next up here, the car says Kurt Anderson, but he's got a ringer of a driver today. Jason Line out of Troutman, North Carolina, is running the 68 Camaro owned by Kurt Anderson in the Tower lane. Right lane is Gary Ketchy out of Matomidi, Minnesota in the 83 Ford Mustang. Well, left before the Ambers on the right lane. Jason Line runs a 10.02 with a 5 at 133 miles an hour. Gary got no time because he left before the Ambers were activated. Tower lane is Riley Spear out of Fort Ripley, Minnesota, 98 Pontiac Firebird. Right lane is Jerry Stelricht out of Goodhue, Minnesota, in the 71 Plymouth CUDA. Riley Spear runs a 10-11 with a 4 in the auto value lane. Jerry goes 11-31-7 in the fast readies lane. Left lane is Glenn Demenge out of McGregor, Minnesota. The Glenn Sign Design 69 Chevy Camaro. Right lane is Cole Keller out of Ramsey, Minnesota. The Norm's Tire Marv's Trailer 88 Mustang. Nice wheels up launch for both. 10-18 with a 2 for Cole Keller in the fast readies lane. Glenn runs a 10-06 with a 1 in the auto value lane. Looks like Dave Bars in the Hearst Olds Cutlass, about a 68 Cutlass here in the Tower lane. Dennis Lund Jr. out of Davenport, Iowa in the Chevy Camaro in the right lane. David runs 11-12 with a 7 in the left lane. Dennis runs a 12-56 with a 0 in the right lane. In the Tower lane, Steve Griswold out of Milan, Illinois, 05 Chevrolet Corvette, Clerical Racing sponsored. Shauna Anderson in the right lane, Autocraft Race Cars Restoration, 2001 Z28. Steve runs a 8.56 with an 8 at 163 miles an hour. Sean runs a 10.45 with a 6 at 130 miles an hour in the right lane. Tower lane is Al Corda out of Elkbound, Minnesota. Scogan Dickey sponsored Camaro. Right lane is Joe Covert out of Saukville, Wisconsin in the 05 Grand Am. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We need stock, super stock to lanes 7 through 13. Stock, super stock to lanes 7 through 13, please. No time for Elk because he left before the Ambers. Joe ran a 10.26 at 132 in the right lane. Again, stock, super stock, we need you to lanes 7 through 13, please. Dan Hawks out of Graston, Minnesota, 63 Plymouth Tower Lane. Warren Anfang out of Circle Pines in the 81 Camaro. Dan in the auto value lane runs a 9.11 with a 0 at 150 miles an hour. Warren in the right lane had some electrical issues, maybe. Tower lane is Dalton Johnson out of Eau Claire, Wisconsin in the 69 Camaro. Again, stock, super stock, stock, super stock. We need you to lanes 7 to 13, please. Stock, super stock to lanes 7 through 13. 11.03 with a 0 at 121 for Dalton Johnson in the auto value lane. Okay, I just want to make a little clarification for everybody so everybody understands. The Index class and the Nostalgia Superstock class get one time trial and one qualifier. Stock Superstock gets one qualifier today and race. No time trial, one qualifier, then you go into racing. So please understand that this one pass you get for Stock Superstock is critical, very important. So as long as everybody's aware, one qualifier for Stock Superstock. And again, we need Stock Superstock to lanes 7 through 13. Stock Superstock, please, to lanes 7 through 13. All right, we're moving on to Nostalgia Stock or Superstock. Nostalgia Superstock, suit up, you're coming out now. Again, Stock Superstock, we need you in lanes 7 through 13 for your one qualifying attempt today. Stock Superstock to lanes 7 through 13 for your one qualifying. All right, our first pair in Nostalgia Superstock. Tower Lane, Jerry Bolton out of Jessup, Iowa, 65 Chevelle, 427. Right lane is Dick Monaco out of North Aurora, Illinois, in the 64 Galaxy, 511 cubic inches. Jerry Bolton in the auto value lane goes 961 with a 3. Dick goes 1058 with a 1 in the Fast Freddy lane. Tower lane is Bob Mosher out of Elmhurst, Illinois. The B&K Trucking 67 Ford, fair lane with a 427. Right lane is Dave Schultze out of Beasley, Texas. That's what it says. It says it's a 60 Plymouth wagon with 580 cubic inches. This thing is wild looking. Well, the 60 Plymouth wagon in the right lane, 1022 with a 3 at 129. Left lane, Bob runs 1126.5 at 119. Tower Lane is Scott Burrell, Cedar Lake, Indiana. Although on the car it says Doofus McKnucklehead, but I just love that 64 Dodge. Color Me Gone. Right lane is Tom Hoffman in the 63 Plymouth. Scott runs a 10-17-8 at 142 in the auto value lane. Tom runs a 10-72-8 at 124 in the Fast Freddy's lane. Tower lane is Marty Mumm out of Cassville, Wisconsin in the 64 Chevrolet Chevelle. Right lane is Russ Barnes out of Edgar, Wisconsin in the 67 Plymouth 426 power Hemi. Auto value lane, Marty runs a 934 with a 6, 144. Russ runs a 9831 at 137 in the Fast Freddy's lane. Tower lane is Jim Hagenhoff out of Holtz Summit, Missouri. 65 Belvedere, sponsored by Tritech Builders. Right lane is John Resch out of River Falls, Wisconsin in the 66 Dodge Coronet. $948.1 at 139 for the Belvedere in the left lane. The Coronet in the right lane goes $1059.8 at 126. Tower lane is Pat Cage out of Marathon, Wisconsin, 63 Plymouth, Marathon City Plymouth dealers. Jim Kroger out in the right lane out of Sparta, Wisconsin in the 64 Dodge. Jim Kroger runs a 1048.9 at 128 in the right lane. Pat goes 1110 with a 6 at 122 in the left lane. Tower lane is Brad Wentland in a 67 Coronet, 66 maybe. Right lane is Jason Behrens out of Edgar, Wisconsin, 65 Coronet. Jason runs 1180 with a 3 at 113 in the right lane. Brad goes 1198 with a 0 at 116. Final call, stock, super stock. We need you in lanes 7 through 13, so please use all the lanes 7 through 13. Again, lanes 7 through 13 are open for stock, super stock, so fill them up, guys. Tower lane is Kevin Kajowski, I'm guessing, out of Steger, Illinois, 66 Fairlane 427. Right lane is Gary Beamer out of Michigan in the 63 Pontiac Tempest. Kevin in the auto value lane runs a 980 flat at 138 miles an hour. Right lane, Gary runs 1152.3 at 113 in the Fast Freddy lane. Tower Lane is Doug Duell out of Newburgh, Indiana, 64 Plymouth Fury with a 540. Right lane, I have no information on a 64 Polara. Oh, it's a 64 Dodge. I'm sorry. I'm not sure what. It is a 64 Dodge 330. Steve Glubke. He runs a 10.020 to 134 in the Fast Freddy's lane. Doug runs a 939.6 at 140 in the auto value lane.
64 car has kind of a pointy front, and the 63 has the kind of slant.
Tim Fries out of Menasha, Wisconsin. The Jeff's North Shore Auto 63 Plymouth 500 cubic inch in the Tower lane. Ryan Seafelt out of Little Chute, Wisconsin. Also Jeff's North Shore Auto 64 Savoy wagon in the right lane. $10.52.8 at 128 for Ryan in the right lane. $10.70 with a 3 for Tim in the left lane. 127 miles an hour. Okay, stock, super stock. The only lanes remaining are like 11, 12, and 13. We don't need to bottleneck back by the concessions. So please fill up 11, 12, 13. We appreciate that. Again, stock, super stock, 11, 12, and 13 are open to fill. Bruce Lang, Tower Lane, 68 Cuda. Al Corder, right lane, and the Dart had a little problem there. Pulling off to the side. Bruce runs a 987.1 at 134 miles an hour. Okay, Al thought he might have broke something, but I guess he just spun off the line, so he is off the track, so we're back in business here. All right, first pair coming up for our stock super stock combo. Spectator, well, I shouldn't say that anymore. Right lane, Curtis Crease out of South Dakota in the 80 Dodge Diplomat 225 Leaning Tower of Power. Left lane is Denny Nelson out of Stacy, Minnesota. It says 69 Mustang, but that doesn't look like a 69 Mustang to me. Looks like a Pontiac GTO, like a 73. $12.05.6 at 109 for Denny. $15.07.3 at 86 for Curtis in the right lane. Tower lane, Douglas Jonak out of Zimmerman, Minnesota in the Cobra Jet Mustang. Right lane is Paul Lindbergh out of North Branch, Minnesota, the 56 Chevrolet. 265 cubic inch. $9.01 with a 0 at 152 for Doug. Paul goes 12.52.3 at 103 in the Fast Freddy's lane. Now last year, this Victory Engines Plymouth here in the Tower lane put it right on the rear bumper. There's a video out there if you can find it. It's just spectacular. Matt Steen out of Marshall, Minnesota, the 66 Plymouth 273 Commando, sponsored by Victory Engines. Right lane is Bill Woodstruck out of Mitchell, South Dakota, 86 Camaro 355. $10.33.7 on 127 for Matt. Bill goes 11.12.8 at 119 in the Camaro. Tower lane is Eric Shepard out of Peterson, Minnesota, 69 Nova, looks like. 396. Right lane is Brianna Breezy McLaughlin, Watertown, South Dakota, McLaughlin Motorsports 70 Satellite Wagon 383. Eric runs a 10.53.8 at 126. Brianna runs a 12.36.8 at 106. Tower lane is Tanner Weiss out of Laverne, Minnesota, 78 Chevrolet Corvette. Right lane is Don Turk out of Lebanon, Indiana, 71 Pontiac T37 with a 455. Tanner's running a 350. Tanner runs 11:51.7 on the 12:15 index. Don Turk runs 11:56 on the 11:85 index. Tower lane, Daniel Weiss, Napa Racing 79 Corvette 350. Right lane is John McLaughlin out of Grand Forks, North Dakota, 70 Roadrunner 383. Both manual transmissions. And both in G stock with 1190 index. $11.21.1 on the 1190 for John in the right lane. $11.28.9 on the 1190 for Daniel in the left lane. Tower lane, Ryan Korish, 99 Camaro out of La Crosse, Wisconsin, running in B stock. Matt Malenke out of Mattawa, Minnesota, 71 Plymouth, Brian Schultz powered Duster. Ryan runs a 10.56.7 on his 11.20 index in the auto value lane. Matt runs a 11.17.0 on the 11.55 index in the Fast Freddy lane. Tower lane is Jamie Jurgens out of Watertown, South Dakota, 83 Camaro 305, running H stock today, automatic that is. Jim Parsons out of Kearney, Missouri, 66 Chevy Nova 327, running F stock. 1180 index. Jim runs a 10.89.3 on the 1180. Jamie runs 11.45.7 on the 12.15. So both quite well under. Tower lane, Jason Shepard out of Holman, Wisconsin, 69 Camaro 396, prepped by Randy Shepard. Right lane is Donald Lutard out of Ham Lake, Minnesota, Curtis Performance 95 Chevrolet Camaro 350 powered. B stock automatic right lane, A stock left lane. A 10.15.1 on the 1095 for Jason in the auto value lane. Donald runs a 11.72.3 on the 1125 in the Fast Ready lane. Tower lane is Bill Dyer, Port Byron, Illinois, 85 Mustang 302, runs Superstock M. Right lane is John Korish, La Crosse, Wisconsin, the Proline Automotive 15 Camaro, running B stock. Bill runs 11.21.1 on the 1160 in the left lane. John goes 10.13.9 on the 1120. Tower lane, Dane McIntosh out of Powell, Wyoming, 68 Camaro 396. Right lane is Steve Hutar out of Cromwell, Minnesota, 67 Impala 396. A stock in the left lane, I stock automatic right lane. Dane runs a 1090 with a 6 on the 1095 index. Steve runs 1151.8 on the 1230 index. Tower lane, John Overby out of Minneapolis, Minnesota. The Cobble Shop Racing 10 Challenger 345 Hemi. Right lane is Russ Kramer, Big Lake, Minnesota, 64 Belvedere, powered by Plymouth 426. John in the left lane runs a 1020 with a 5 on the 1060 index. Russ goes 1057.1 on the 11 index. The auto value lane, Tom Vigna out of Sioux Falls, South Dakota, 91 Olds Calais with a 350. Running GTGA. Right lane, the Fast Freddy lane, Mike Verb out of Sioux Falls, South Dakota, also in the 78 Malibu wagon, 350, running H-stock automatic. Tom runs a 10.11.3 on the 1040 index in the auto value lane. Mike runs a 11.82.5 on the 1215 index in the Fast Freddy lane. Auto value lane, Sam Ruland out of White Lake, South Dakota, 11 Challenger. Iverson Auto Make It Mine sponsored 392 Hemi. Right lane is Paul Marola out of Papillon, Nebraska, 66 Chevy 2, 327. E-stock in the right lane, B-stock automatic left lane. Sam runs a 1037.3 on the 1125 index in the left lane. Paul runs a 1089.1 on the 1165 index in the right lane. Tower lane is Gene Bickelmeyer, I'm hoping I said that right. Norfolk, Nebraska, 66 Chevy 2 with a 283. Running GTM, so it's a stick car. Bruce Castle, right lane, Naperville, Illinois, 71 Mercury 429. Castle Racing, F-stock automatic. $10.20 with a 6 for Bickelmeyer in the left lane on the 1095 index. Bruce runs a 11.28.1 on the 1185 index. Tower lane looks like a 71 Camaro. Mike Patnaud, sponsored by Inline Automotive. Right lane is Brian Anderson out of Millbake, South Dakota, 99 Camaro 346. B-stock automatic, right lane. F-stock, left lane with a 402 big block. Brian runs a 1052.4 on the 1125 index in the right lane. Mike runs 1144.3 on the 1180 index. Tower lane, Chris Knutson, 6'9 Chevrolet Camaro 396 out of Grimes, Iowa. Right lane is Mike Lund in the 89 Camaro 327 out of Bettendorf, Iowa. GTIA in the right, C-stock left lane. Chris runs a 1049.9 on the 1135 index in the left lane. Mike in the right lane goes 1014.4 on the 1065 index. Tower lane, Al Corda out of Elk Mound, Wisconsin. Scogan Dickey sponsored 15 Copo Camaro, 376 cubic inches. Right lane is Kevin Leonard out of Dakota City, Nebraska, 69 Dart 318 two-barrel, sponsored by Kevin and Sarah Leonard. R-stock automatic right, B-stock automatic left. Al runs a 10:27.2 on the 11:25 index. Kevin is 13:33.6 on the 14:05 index in the right lane. Tower Lane, Nick Bredimus out of St. Paul, Minnesota in the 74 Duster Mopar 360 powered. Bredimus Racing sponsored. Right lane is Dan Johnson out of Mitchell, South Dakota, 71 Pontiac. Is it a Formula? Can't tell if it's a Formula, but it's a 455 powered Pontiac nonetheless. F-Stock automatic for Dan on the right. Super Stock K automatic for Nick on the left. Nick goes 10.95.2 on his 11.25 index in the auto value lane. Dan Johnson runs a 12.17.5 on the 11.85 index in the Fast Freddy lane. Looks like Alex Weiss here on Brandon, South Dakota, 14 Ford Cobra Jet 302. Right lane is Jared Hutar out of Cromwell, Minnesota. The Steve's Auto Body 69 Camaro. Alex runs a 951.3 on the 970 index. Jared runs 1138.8 on the 12 flat index in the right lane. Tower Lane, Jason DeForest, 87 Camaro 346, sponsored by Aero Components out of Oak Grove, Minnesota. Right lane is Paul Anderson out of Lewiston, Minnesota, 67 Camaro. Jason runs a 946.5 on the 1025 index. Paul Anderson runs a 1003.3 on the 1035 index. Tower Lane, Bob Sherwood out of Sioux Falls, South Dakota in the 14 Mustang Cobra Jet. Right lane is Jamie Peach out of Oakdale, Minnesota. The line performance 72 Buick 455 in the right lane. F-Stock automatic right lane. FSSB in the left lane. Bob goes 869.8 on the 920 index. By the way, he had a 121.60 foot. Very impressive. Jamie, 1113.1 on the 1185 in the Fast Freddy lane. Tower Lane, Dylan Jans out of Iowa City, Iowa, the 70 Nova 402. Right lane is Jeff Parker. Powell, Wyoming, 70 Camaro 350. B stock, left lane. E stock, right lane. Dylan runs a 10.52.3 on the 1120 index in left lane. Jeff goes 11.032 on the 1165 index in the right lane. Tower Lane, John Jameson, Emmitsburg, Iowa, 64 Chevy Wagon 283. Right lane, Gordon Breithout, Fremont, Nebraska, 69 Chevrolet Camaro 302. Gordon goes 10.77.8 on the 11.50 index in the right lane. John in the left lane goes 11.48.0 on the 12.30 index. Dave Goldie out of Maple Grove, Minnesota, 65 Mustang QA1 Motorsports sponsored Mustang, 289 powered. Right lane is Russ Spear out of Otter Tail, Minnesota. The Spear Drag Racing 70 Nova 402. Russ Spear with a wheelie of the day so far, 10.63.2 on the 11.25 index. Dave in the left lane goes 11.30 with a 4 on the 11.75 index. Tower Lane, Marlene Nelson out of Hugo, Minnesota, 68 Chevelle 327. VP Fuels and Lucas Oil sponsored Chevelle. Right lane is Bob Swan out of Belforge, South Dakota. The Scott Peterson Motors 67 Shelby 428. The right lane, Bob goes 10.52.5 on the 11.40 index. Left lane, Marlene runs a 12.11.5 on the 12.45 index. Index cars, we need you for qualifying round 1, your one qualifier. Lanes 3 and 4, please. Index lanes 3 and 4. Tower lane, Larry DeForest in the Mustang. Right lane is Lynn Johnson in a 69 Mustang. Larry is sponsored by Aero Components in the left lane. Lynn is sponsored by Lynn's Auto Body in the right lane. 951.1 on the 1060 index for Larry. Lynn runs a 1028.5 on the 1135 index. Again, index class lanes 3 and 4, please. Index class lanes 3 and 4. Left lane is Robert Seekworth in the Cobra Jet. No more information. Right lane is Dirk Olson out of La Crosse, Wisconsin in the 69 Nova 396. Robert runs a 10.25.9 on the 1150 index. Dirk had a little problem after second gear. I'm not sure what happened. He's slow rolling right now. Steve Copine, left lane, Sioux Falls, South Dakota, 69 Camaro. Bruce Doyle out of Manhattan, Illinois in the 85 Camaro. 1020 with a 2 on the 1070 index. And Steve went 001, by the way. Bruce ran 1094.5 on the 1130 index. Tower Lane, Bob Tilton out of Mitchell, South Dakota in the 12 Cobra, 302. Larry Curtis in the right lane out of Bethel, Minnesota. The Curtis Performance Automotive 10 Challenger with a 345 powered Hemi. Both running the same class. Larry runs a 10.51.6 on the 11 flat index, or 1150 index, I'm sorry. Bob runs a 10.78.5 on the 1150 index, and I'll bet Larry Curtis probably ran 1,500 feet in that 1,320 feet. That thing was spinning tires past half track. Jerry Mooney, Tower Lane, Wild South Dakota Mustang. Lance Lyon in the 6'9 Mustang in the right lane out of Cromwell. Lance runs a 10:24.8 on the 11 flat with the 005 light. 10:55.1 on the 11:20 index for Jerry Mooney in the auto value lane. Yeah, I'm telling you, that run that Larry Curtis made, he was spinning tires, I'm telling you, at least half track. He must have put 1,500 feet on in that 1,320 feet. Putting down a little rosin, a little sprayed on the starting line here. Again, index cars, index cars. We need you to lanes 3 and 4, please. Index class to lanes 3 and 4. Well, the Midwest Class Racers, their summer tour. Next weekend they go to Tri-State Raceway. It's the National Open down there, sponsored by Patterson Elite. And there's quite a few more sponsors here, looks like, to announce yet today. The following race they have is July 18th and 19th. The Brainerd International Raceway Paul Bunyan Classic, the 7th annual, by the way. That's sponsored by Line Performance. There's also a July 18th and 19th race in Oric Onawa Racing Facility down in Iowa. That's sponsored by Midwest Factory Finishes. August 1st through the 2nd, the Thunder Valley Dragway Super Stock Combo, sponsored by Iverson Auto. September 5th and 6th, the 8th annual Midwest Summer Classic, the MCR-HCR Midwest Summer Classic at Tri-State Raceway in Earlville, Iowa. September 19th through the 20th, the 7th annual Make-A-Wish Super Stock Combo at Thunder Valley Dragway in Marion, South Dakota. And then October 3rd and 4th at Kearney Raceway in Kearney, Nebraska for the National Open, sponsored by Tongass Chevrolet. And the Make-A-Wish race was sponsored by Selland Trucking. All right, we're back up here. Adam Messenbring out of Rochester, Minnesota. Dean Messenbring powered 92 Camaro 327. Right lane is Doug Engels out of Watertown, South Dakota. 66 Chevy Nova 327 power. GTMA left lane, GTHA in the right lane. More wheels up action here at the Rock. Doug runs a 10:23.5 on the 1050 index in the Fast Ready lane. Adam runs a 10:85.2 on the 1120 index in the auto value lane. Jim Langer in the left lane, Webster, Wisconsin. The 72 Ford Mustang with a 351, running Superstock I. Right lane, Corey Hopkins out of North Branch, Minnesota. 69 Dart, 383, G-Stock automatic. Jim runs 988.4 on the 1055 index in the left lane. Right lane, Corey runs 1117.0 on the 12 flat index. Auto value lane is Ron Feist out of Brooklyn Park, Minnesota. The Feist towing 67 Fairlane 390, running F-stock automatic. Right lane is Brett Spear out of Fort Ripley, Minnesota. The 87 Chevrolet Camaro 350, running GTJA class. Brett Spear, 10.056 on the 1080 index in the Fast Freddy's lane. Ron runs 1133.1 on the 1185 index in the auto value lane. Left lane is Andy Kimball out of Henderson, Nevada. Is that right? 72 Mustang, 351 powered. Right lane is Neil Webster out of Little Canada, Minnesota. 68 Nova, or Chevy 2 have it. 350 powered. He's running G-stock automatic. Andy is running D-stock in the left lane. Left lane, Andy runs 1121.9 on the 1150 index. Right lane, Neil runs 1184.6 on the 12 flat index. The auto value lane, Doug Duell out of Newburgh, Indiana. The ATI Performance Parts 68 Plymouth Cuda 440 powered. Right lane is Jack Larson out of Cropsey, Illinois. 72 Comet 200 straight 6. Doug runs a 1063 with an 8 on the 1140 index. Jack runs a 1339.7 on the 1465 index. Left lane, Brian Dixon, Mitchell, South Dakota, 71 Duster 340 powered, sponsored by Coach Light Motel. Right lane is Jim Hughes out of Grand Junction, Colorado, 70 Nova 402 powered, running C-stock. Left lane, D-stock automatic. Jim in the Fast Freddy lane runs a 1064.1 on the 1135. Brian in the auto value lane runs a 1072.7 on the 1155 index. Tower lane is Michael Lund out of Bettendorf, Iowa, 96 Firebird 350 powered, running Superstock J automatic. Right lane is Hannah Lyon out of Cromwell, Minnesota, in the 69 Camaro 396, running D-stock automatic. Had to remove some debris off the right side of the right track here, so we're ready to go. Michael Lund runs a 1045.2 on the 11 flat index in the left lane. Hannah Line runs a 1094.1 on the 1155 index in the right lane. Tower lane, Ryan Hutar out of Cromwell, Minnesota, the Steve's Auto Body sponsored 69 Camaro 396. Right lane is Maxine Line out of Wright, Minnesota, 68 Chevelle 396 sponsored by Line Performance. Maxine's running E stock automatic. Ryan's running A stock automatic. $10.34.4 on the 11 flat index for Ryan. Maxine is 11.23.9 on the 1170 index in the right lane. David Peach out of Oakdale, Minnesota, the 72 Mustang 351 powered, running GTK. Daniel Blabalil, out of Davidson, North Carolina, 70 Buick GS Stage Fright. Got line performance engine, 455 power. Some pretty wild wheel stands there. 10.35.6 on the 1075 for David. Daniel runs a 10.43.3 on the 1155. Tower Lane is Ben Line out of International Falls, Minnesota. The Line Performance Lynn's Auto Body sponsored 69 Mustang 428. Bradley Cavisto out of Cromwell, Minnesota. 74 GTO, also sponsored by Line Performance. 350 power, 8 stock automatic right lane, C stock automatic left lane. Ben runs a 10.51.1 on the 1140 index. Bradley runs 11.33.3 on the 1215 index. Tower Lane is Johnny Diekema out of Bluegrass, Iowa, 65 Corvette, 396 power. Right lane is Scott Dugdale out of Stacy, Minnesota. The Line Performance sponsors 67 Chevelle 327. I stock class for Scott in the right lane. Johnny's running double A stock. Johnny runs a 10.10.5 on the 1070 index in the left lane. Scott runs a 11.44.3 on the 1220 index in the right lane. Tower Lane is Stephanie Diekema out of Bluegrass, Iowa in the 70 Nova, 350 powered, running GTIA. Right lane is Jason Line out of Troutman, North Carolina. Valvoline sponsored 70 Buick, 455 powered, running C stock automatic. I know it says Troutman, North Carolina, but I think he's originally from the Wright Cromwell area. $10.12 with a 5 on the 1065 for Stephanie in the left lane. Jason runs 10.22.4 on the 1140 index in the right lane. Tower Lane is Alan Wick out of Oconomowoc, Wisconsin. The Jim's Car Shop Fond du Lac sponsored 68 Plymouth Cuda 340, running F-Stock automatic. Right lane is Glenn DeMenge out of McGregor, Minnesota. The Glenn Sign Design 69 Camaro 396, running double A stock automatic. Getting some pretty big wheel stands here today. Glenn runs a 10.09.3 on his 1070 index on the right lane. Alan runs a 11.57.2 on the 11.85 index in the left lane. Tower Lane, Bruce Lang out of Marathon, Wisconsin. 68 Plymouth Barracuda. The sun will straighten it out. Sponsor Cuda. Right lane is Logan Wernick out of Mason City, Iowa. The 62 Plymouth 383 powered. He's running E-Stock automatic. Bruce is running GT DA class. Bruce Lang runs a 992.2 on his 10 flat index. Right lane Logan runs a 1108.0 on the 1170 index. Left lane Ron Rodell out of Sioux Falls, South Dakota, 02 Grand Am 265 powered, running GT OA today. Dustin Nelson in the London, Minnesota 16 Camaro running FSAA. Dustin Nelson runs a 881.4 on the 940 index. Ron looks like he might have spun, I'm not sure, 1190 on the 1145 index. Tower Lane is Greg Rosher out of Sandy, Minnesota. The LaSalle Auto Service sponsored 64 Fairlane 427. Lawrence Line in the right lane. Line Performance 85 Monte Carlo. Greg runs 1151.4 on the 1070 index in the left lane. Right lane Lawrence runs a 1204.1 on the 1265 index. Tower Lane Dennis Lund Jr., Davenport, Iowa in the 91 Camaro, 305 powered, running L-Stock automatic. Matt Lund out of Bettendorf, Iowa in the right lane, 98 Pontiac 350, running SSHA class today. Matt runs a 1006 with a 6 on the 1060 index in the right lane. Dennis runs a 1243.9 on the 1270 index in the left lane. Looks like our last stock super stock qualifier is Joe Covert out of Saukville, Wisconsin, the 05 Grand Am 358 cubic inch, running super stock AS today. This looks like it says CS on the window. He runs a 1024.3 on his 960 index, but I don't think that's the right index for him. I think he's running CS today. Yeah, I was wrong. We have one more to go here. All I have information is car number 500. Looks like it's running. Can't really tell if it's GA class. I'm guessing it's Superstock G automatic. Another 121 60 foot here today. And the clicks are off 879.6 at 125 miles an hour. Gonna do a little track prep here and check the track here before we run the first qualifying, or the only qualifying for index. Final call for index class to lanes 3 and 4. Final call, index to lanes 3 and 4. For your final call, index class, we need you to lanes 3 and 4. Nostalgia Super Stocks, stand by. Well, it looks like we got the 330 timer working again in the tower lane or the auto value lane. It was giving us fits. We apologize for that, but that should be up and working now. Okay, one more final call for index. I think we're missing 5 vehicles. So if you're in index, you should be up here because we're getting ready to run. And we need your indexes too on your car, please. Make sure it's visible for the tower to read the index on your car. We appreciate it if it's front and rear windows, but side windows is really where we want to see it. Okay, index, here we go. Get buckled in. Get your index. Make sure your index is visible on the car, please. Remember, this is your one qualifier you get for your class. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Nostalgia Superstock to lanes 5 and 6. Nostalgia Superstock, we need you to lanes 5 and 6 for your one qualifying round. Make sure your index is on, visible. Tower Lane, Ryan Sufelt in the 64 Plymouth. I'm not sure if it's a Savoy. What would it be? Probably a Savoy wagon, 1050 index. Roman Kayeski in the Vega in the right lane. Cadott, Wisconsin. I'm guessing he had a 9 flat index because he ran a 909. Ryan probably had a 1050 index because he ran a 1053. Right lane is Dalton Johnson out of Eau Claire in the 69 Camaro 454. Left lane, Chad Lindbergh out of Lindstrom, Minnesota in the 77 Camaro. I think it's a 283 in there. Dalton 11.02.3 at 120 in the right lane. Chad was 11.66.8 at 115 in the left lane. Tower Lane, Cole Keller out of Ramsey, Minnesota. He's got a 10 flat index. It's an 88 Mustang. Norm's Tire sponsored. Right lane, Steve Griswold out of Milan, Illinois in the 05 Vet. Attention stock, super stock racers. The qualifying sheet is coming out. The ladder will be coming out later, but the qualifying sheets will be posted on the concession stand. Jeff Nowak, left lane, 1060 with a 9, 129 miles an hour. Right lane, Becky Plachy, I'm hoping I'm saying that right, 64 Savoy, runs a 1024 at 130. Gary Ketchy, Matamidi, Minnesota, 83 Mustang, left lane, 10 flat index. Right lane, Dan Elliott out of Janesville, Wisconsin, 79 Malibu. And I think Gary did it again, left before the amber's activated, so he has no time. And I think the wagon through the fan belt again. So we'll get that off the track for Dan. Must have an alignment issue on the pulleys or something going on there. Again, stock, super stock racers. The qualifying sheets will be posted on the concession stand. We'll have the ladder a little later, but for right now, the qualifying sheets are being posted as we speak on the concession stand. Tower Lane, Jerry Stelrecht out of Goodhue, Minnesota, 71 CUDA 540, 1125 index. Right lane is Dan Woody out of Plymouth, Minnesota. The Restec System 66 Fairlane 390, 11 flat index. $11.06 for Jerry in the left lane, $11.05 for Dan in the right lane. Tower Lane, Shauna Anderson, the Autocraft Race Cars and Restoration sponsored 01Z28, 1050 index. Right lane is Dan Hawks out of Grassland, Minnesota, 63 Plymouth with a 925 index. And we have an issue in the right lane, so we'll be. He's still rolling though, so we might not have to get rescue out there. Okay, attention to the pits. We have a car that's broken down on the return road just off the track, so that racer will need some help. Besides, we have one on the track we have to tow off right now. Be a good time to get over the concession stand and grab a burger or brat or hot dog or something to drink. I think this will be the last day for the Rock Falls concession stand here. Again, Nostalgia Superstock. Nostalgia Superstock, we need you to lanes 5 and 6, please. Nostalgia Superstock to lanes 5 and 6. All right, the track is clear, so we're ready to go at it again. Some more qualifying. This is the one qualifying round for index racers. Tower Lane, Al Corda, the Skogan Dickey 15 Copo Camaro sponsored car, 376 cubic inches. It's got a 1025 index. Kurt Anderson, right lane out of Eau Claire, Wisconsin, the Autocraft Race Cars sponsored 69 Camaro, a 10 flat index. Who's going to get the better light? Oh, it looks like we have breakage here in the right lane. Al Corda's 1027.6 on his 1025 index. All right, we got Kurt Anderson's car off the track, and we're ready to go back at it again. Tower Lane, Brian Anderson out of Millbank, South Dakota, the 99 Camaro, 346 cubic inches. Right lane is Jason Line out of Troutman, North Carolina, the Autocraft Race Cars 68 Chevrolet Camaro. He's a 10 flat index. Brian in the left lane is a 1075 index. It's pretty cool. 3,000s between reaction times. That's kind of nice. Jason's 999.2. And Brian runs 1074.8. Tower Lane, Glenn Demenge out of McGregor, Minnesota, the Glenn Sign Design 6.9 Camaro, 427 with a 1025 index. Right lane is Riley Spear out of Fort Ripley, Minnesota, the 98 Firebird 350 powered. Looks like a 10 flat index. Riley with a great light, a 17 reaction time, a 10.02 with a 7. Glenn runs a 10.11 with a 2. Tower Lane, Dennis Lund Jr. out of Davenport, Iowa, in the Camaro in the Tower Lane with a 1250 index. Right lane is Bruce Lang out of Marathon, Wisconsin, 68 CUDA. Looks like a 975 index. So this is their qualifying run. They'll be set up on a ladder after that. 983.3 for Bruce, 1243.9 for Dennis. I apologize for the radio getting a little loud there. Michael Lund in the Tower Lane, Bettendorf, Iowa, 96 Pontiac. It's got a 1050 index. Right lane is Mike Lund. Wait a minute. I got Michael Lund and a Mike Lund. Huh, interesting. 1025 index in the right lane. Pretty close lights. 15 light right lane, 23 light left lane. 1026.9 for the right lane, 1048.4 for the left lane. Nice wheels up action here today at Rock Falls. Looks like our last car in index, Joe Covert out of Saukville, Wisconsin, the 05 Grand Am, 358 cubic inches, indexed at 1025. And he's one thou off, 1024.9 on his 1025 index. So he's got the car pretty much dialed in. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We're still waiting for 4 cars in Nostalgia Superstock. This is your final call. Nostalgia Superstock, you should be in the lanes. We're getting ready to run you your qualifying round here. So we need 4 more cars to Nostalgia Superstock ASAP. Thank you. Attention stock, super stock. The ladder is headed down to the concession stands to be posted. So pay attention to what quadrant you're going to be running, A, B, C, or D, because we'll be calling you up by that for your matchups. So the ladder is heading down to concessions right now to be posted, so keep an eye on what quadrant you'll be running in, A, B, C, or D. And then I'll call you after we run a qualifying round here for Nostalgia Superstock, I'm guessing. That'll be yet to be determined. So I know the payout today for the Nostalgia Superstockers is basically doubled, so the winner is going to get 5, runner-up should get 2, semis you should get 8, quarters 400, and eighths you should get 200. So some good payouts today. Nostalgia Superstock, this is it. Saddle up. Your one qualifying run is coming right now. Again, the Rock Falls concession stand is open for the last time this year. So if you're hungry for burgers, cheeseburgers, brats, cheese brats, hot dogs, cheese dogs, whatever you want, chips and bars and ice cream and stuff to drink, beverages for all ages, head on down to the concession stand. Again, stock superstock ladder is posted. Find out what quadrant you're running in, either class or quadrant A, B, C, or D, and we'll call you up that way when it's time. Here we go. Nostalgia Superstock. Qualifying run right here. Left lane, Tom Hoffman in the 63 Plymouth. Sport Fury, that is. Right lane is Jim Hagendorf out of Holt Summit, Missouri. 65 Belvedere. Sponsored by Tritech Builders. Jim clicks off a 966.7 at 125 in the right lane. Tom runs a 1077.0 at 123 in the left lane. Tower lane is Jason Behrens out of Edgar, Wisconsin, 65 Coronet 440. Right lane is Bob Mosher out of Elmhurst, Illinois, a B&K Trucking 67 Ford Fairlane 427. Bob runs 1109.1 at 120 in the right lane. Jason runs 1169.7 at 113 in the left lane. Just got an announcement here from Wild Bill that we'll have scales for the stock superstockers just west of the concession stand, so there'll be plenty of room there to get scaled if you need be. Pat Cage out of Marathon, Wisconsin, left lane, the 63 Plymouth. Right lane is Kevin Kachowski out of Steger, Illinois, in the 66 Fairlane, who runs a 972.5 at 138. Pat runs a 1122.8 at 113 miles an hour. Again, Wild Bill said he will have scales just west of the concession stands for the super stock racers that need to have the cars weighed. Steve Glupke out of Blaine, Minnesota, left lane 64 Dodge. Marty Mumm out of Cassville, Wisconsin, in the 64 Chev in the right lane. .947.2 at 143 for Marty in the right lane. Steve runs a 10.04 with a 5 at 134 miles an hour in the left lane. Gary Beamer, 63 Pontiac Tempest, 421 in the left lane. Right lane is Jerry Bolton out of Jessup, Iowa, in the 65 Chevelle, 427. Jerry runs a 976 with a 7, 135 miles an hour in the right lane. Gary runs 1155.2 at 114 in the left lane. Tower lane, Jim Kroger out of Sparta, Wisconsin, the 65 or 64. Looks like a 440 Dodge. Dick Monaco of North Aurora, Illinois, in the right lane, 64 Galaxy 511. Jim in the left lane runs a 10:41.9 at 122 miles an hour. Dick in the right lane, he goes 10:49.5 at 125 miles an hour. John Resch in the left lane out of River Falls, Wisconsin, 66 Coronet, 496 cubic inch. Right lane, Scott Burrell out of Cedar Lake, Indiana, 64 Dodge 330 with a 426. Scott in the Fast Freddy's lane runs a 981.6 at 141 miles an hour. John Resch in the Auto Value lane on the left side runs 1077.2 at 124 miles an hour. Couple cool wagons here on the starting line. Dave Schultz out of Beasley, Texas, 60 Plymouth wagon with a 580 cubic inch motor. Right lane is Tim Freeze out of Menasha, Wisconsin, 63 Plymouth wagon, 500 cubic inch. Dave in the left lane, 10:43.5 at 128. Tim in the right lane, 10:59.6 at 127. Couple more Mopars here. Doug Duell out of Newburgh, Indiana, 64 Fury, 540 cubic inches. Fury wagon, that is. Bruce Lang, 68 Barracuda, 470 cubic inches out of Marathon, Wisconsin in the right lane. Attention in the pits. Stock, super stock, A quadrant. Stock, super stock, A quadrant. We need you to the staging lanes 7 through 13 to get paired up. Stock, super stock, A quadrant to the lanes, please. Looks like left lane is Ryan Seafelt, Little Chute, Wisconsin, 64 Savoy wagon, 440 powered. Runs a 10:46.6 at 129 miles an hour. Again, stock, super stock, A quadrant. We need you to lanes, please. Stock, super stock, A quadrant to the staging lanes, please. Tower Lane, Alcorta, Elkmont, Wisconsin. 69 Dodge Dart, 440-ish cubic inches. Oh my, that was a bumper scratcher for sure. That thing went straight to the sky, came down pretty hard. That was good show, Al. Yeah, it didn't seem to have any sparks when it came down, so I don't think he heard anything. Um, what an exciting run that had to have been. He runs a 26:09 at 22 miles an hour. His 60 foot was 1.437 just from the rear tires, so that thing was on a run, but the front end wanted to kiss the sky, it looked like. So well, I'd have to say that was probably the wheelie of the day for sure. Um, Again, we need stock, super stock, quadrant A to the staging lanes, please. 7 through 13. Stock, super stock, quadrant A to get paired up in lanes 7 through 13, please. Spread the word if you can. If everybody can't hear the radio announcements or whatever, just let everybody know. Quadrant A, stock, super stock, to the lanes, please.
So attention in the pits, car number 5731. We need you in the staging lanes for your pairing. Car number 5731. Ben Line. Thank you.
Attention in the pits. The MCR Stick Challenge has been postponed. We won't be running it here. It's rescheduled to run in Earlville Friday at 2 o'clock. So the MCR Stick Challenge has been rescheduled for Friday at 2 o'clock in Earlville at Tri-State. I'm sorry, yeah, Tri-State. So later on in the day, bring your receipts or whatever you have for getting a refund for that. But I just want to make that announcement, and I'll make it a few times. The MCR Stick Challenge has been canceled here and will be run in Earlville, Iowa on Friday at 2 o'clock. All right, before first round of competition, we always do the national anthem. So please rise. Gentlemen, take your hats off and keep your attention on the flag. All right, that was Eau Claire's original Marie Kruger singing the national anthem. Stock, super stock, saddle up. Attention in the pits. Quadrant B. Quadrant B for stock, super stock. Get ready to come up to the pits. Or staging, sorry. All right, stock, super stock. Fire them up. You're paired up. Let's go. Who's going to be the first pair out? All right, I hear thunder in the pipes. That means we're going into round number 1 of stock, super stock. So B quadrant, we need you to staging lanes to pair up for your first round. So stock, super stock, B quadrant to staging lanes, please. Okay, here we go. First pair, John Jameson, Tower Lane, 64 Chevy Wagon, Emmitsburg, Iowa, versus Russ Kramer in the 64 Belvedere in the right lane, out of Big Lake, Minnesota. John's dialed in at 11:47 in the auto value lane. Russ is dialed in at 10:56 in the Fast Freddy's lane. 7 thousandths between reaction times, and let me tell you, they're good reaction times. Win goes to Russ Kramer, 1060 with a 6 on the 1056 with a 008 light. John was 001 but ran a little slower, 1155.3 on his 1147 dial in. Again, stock, super stock, quadrant B. As in Baker, we need you to staging lanes ASAP. Quadrant B to staging lanes. Tower lane, Neil Webster out of Little Canada in the 68 Chevy 2, dialed at 1185. Jerry Mooney out of Wall, South Dakota in the 69 Mustang, dialed at 1054 in the right lane. Fast Freddy lane gets a win. Jerry Mooney, 1068.4 on the 1054. Neil was 1203.5 on the 1185 dial. Margin of victory, .0012. 1 thousandths at the finish. Left lane, Bill Dyer out of Port Byron, Illinois, 85 Mustang, 1122 dial. Right lane, Paul Marola out of Papillon, Nebraska, 66 Chevy 2, dialed in at 1090. Reaction time advantage to the right lane gets the win. Paul is 1095.6 on the 1090 with a 049 light. Bill was a little quick, 1120 with a 2 on his 1122 with a 105 reaction time. Tower lane, Alan Wick out of Oconomowoc, Wisconsin in the 68 Plymouth Barracuda 340, dialed 1156. Right lane, John McLaughlin in the 70 Roadrunner, dialed 1116. Grabbing gears in the right lane. Less than 30 thou separates reaction times. Win light goes to Alan Wick, 1160 with a 1 on the 1156. John was 1125.3 on the 1116. John had the better reaction time, 039 to Alan's 067, but Alan was closer to the dial. Took the stripe by 024. Donald Lutard on the Ham Lake, Minnesota 95 Camaro on the left lane, 11 flat, dial in. Jared Hutard of Cromwell, Minnesota in the 69 Camaro, dialed in 1142. When it goes to left lane, the auto value lane, Donald Lutard goes 1123.3 on his 11 flat. Jared was 1159.8 on the 1024. Margin victory was 6 thousandths at the stripe. Ben Lyon, Tower Lane, 69 Mustang, 1053 dial. Right lane, Mike Lund, 1024 dial and 89 Camaro. Little over 30 thousandths between reaction times. Win goes to Ben Lyon on a breakout, 1056.1 on his 1053. Mike goes 1022.3 on his 1024. Took a little too much stripe, giving Ben the win. B quadrant, last call. B quadrant, stock, super stock. You need to be in the staging lanes now. C quadrant, stand by. Larry DeForest, Tower Lane, 954 dial. Right lane, Dustin Nelson in the 16 Camaro, 882 dial. 17th out between reaction times. And the win goes to double breakout Larry DeForest, 952.2 on his 954 023 light. Dustin, 878.8 on the 882 with a 40 light. Margin of stripe was .003 for the win in the left lane. Gordon Brightout, 6'9 Chevy Camaro Tower Lane, Fremont, Nebraska, 1081 dial. Right lane is Paul Anderson, Lewiston, Minnesota, 67 Camaro, a 1008 dial. Red light start for Gordon in the left lane, so the automatic win goes to Paul Anderson in the right lane, and he shut her down for something. So final call, quadrant B. To staging lanes, please. Quadrant B, you should be in staging right now, getting paired up, because you'll be running soon. Quadrant C, stand by. Quadrant C, stand by. So the combo stock, super stock race today, I guess you would call it a combo race. The payout today will be $8,000 to the winner. Runner-up's going to get $4,000. Semifinals showing you get $2,000. Quarters you get $1,200. Third $800. Second round win you go $400, and first round win $200. So that's a pretty good payday. Mother Nature wasn't very kind on Friday or Saturday and is giving us a break today, so we appreciate that, Mother Nature, and whoever else is involved up there. Okay, so when you pull up here and you get paired up with your running mate, saddle up and pull up because you're going to run. So once you're paired up, get in your cars, get your lanes figured out, and get up there to run. We don't have to wait for anything. We're going to try to get this thing going in motion. So once you're paired up, saddle up, fire up, and let's go. There's a bunch of people to thank for sponsoring this. C-Tech Manufacturing. I got a list of sponsors to thank here, but we got to go back to racing, so I'll get to that in a little bit. Again, when you get paired up, get your lanes figured out, saddle up, and let's go. Ryan Korish, Tower Lane, La Crosse, Wisconsin, 99 Camaro, dial a 1037. Right lane is Joe Covert out of Saukville, Wisconsin. In the 05 Grand Am, dial in at 1024. So pretty close to even start by about 100th and a half. Well, red light start for Ryan by 021. Gives the win to Joe Covert, who breaks out 1021-2 on his 1024. Ryan 1066 on his 1037, but the 021 red light surely didn't help matters. Again, once you're paired up, get your lanes figured out, suit up, saddle up, and let's pull up and race. Okay, let's pull up and go. Keep him going. Keep him going. Very good. Okay, guys, pair up. Get your lanes figured out. Saddle up and pull up. Let's go. Tower Lane, Bob Tilton, Mitchell, South Dakota, 12 Cobra, dial at 1068. Right lane is Tom Vigna out of Sioux Falls, South Dakota. 91 Olds Calais, dial at 1011. About a half-second head start for Bob on the tree here. Red light start for Bob Tilton by .041 on the tree. Tom was 026, runs a 995.2 on his 1011 for the win. Tower Lane, Jamie Jurgens, Watertown, South Dakota, 83 Camaro, dialed 1146. Right lane is Andy Kimball out of Henderson, Nevada, 72 Mustang, dialed 1105. Okay, Quadrant C, stock, super stock, Quadrant C, come to staging lanes, please. Quadrant C to staging lanes, please. Well, there's a bit of a discrepancy between reaction times. And it works to the advantage. Jamie 039 on the tree to Andy's 161. Jamie's 1166.0 on the 1146. Andy was 1123.8 on the 1105. Auto Value Lane moves on to the next round. Speaking of Auto Value Lane, Marlene Nelson in the left lane, 12 flat dial in her 68 Chevelle. Right lane is Brett Spear out of Fort Ripley, Minnesota. The 87 Camaro dial 1010. Eleven thousandths between reaction times. Better reaction time got the win. Brett Spear 047 to Marlene's 058. He runs a 10-12-4 on the 10-10. She runs a 12-02-5 on the 12 flat. Margin of victory 12 thousandths at the stripe. Tower Lane, Rodell out of Sioux Falls, South Dakota, 02 Grand Dam, dial 1145. Right lane is Russ Spear out of Otter Tail, Minnesota. The 70 Nova, big block, dial 1066. $14 thousandths red, giving the win to Ron Rodell. 1084.7 on the 1145 dial. Russ was 1080 with a 5 on the 1066, so Ron moves on. Again, Quadrant C. Quadrant C, we need you to staging lanes ASAP. Quadrant C for stock, super stock to staging lanes. Steve Copine, 69 Camaro left lane, 1016 dial. Right lane is Bob Swan, the 67 Shelby dial 1051. And the win goes to Steve Copine, 047 on the tree to Bob's 096. A 1022.6 on the 1016. Bob was 1053.2 on the 1051. Margin of victory was .005. Again, quadrant C, we need you to staging lanes to pair up, please. And once again, once you get paired up, get your lanes figured out, please pull up or suit up and pull up so we can race. Again, quadrant C, stock, super stock, we need you to staging lanes. Thank you very much. I just got word we might have a lengthy cleanup in the shutdown area of the right lane. I'm not sure what it is yet, but I'll keep you abreast of what's going on. Okay, I must apologize. I said the stock super stock payout was doubled. That is not the case. It was just a nostalgia super stock and the index racing that was doubled. So today's payout for stock super stock, the winner's 4, runner up is 2 grand, semifinals are 1, quarters are 600, third round is 400, second is 200, and first round win is 100. So I apologize. I thought everything was doubled, but that wasn't the case. So, but we got a lengthy oil down, I guess, in the right lane shutdown area. So we'll be down a little bit. So if you're hungry, get to the concession stands, get something to eat and drink, maybe some ice cream to cool off a little bit. So I got some time to thank some sponsors here. Victory Engines out of Marshall, Minnesota. They build stock, super stock motors, dyno services. They do all kinds of work on all kinds of engines. Glenn Sign Design, drag card number kits. I believe it's nhranumbers.com. We've got Knowlton's Thunderheads and Racing Engines. I think they're out of Blaine or north of, maybe it's Isani, somewhere up that north metro area. Frank Lupo's Dynamic Converters. They're out of Delaware, I believe. Copine Automotive, your big block Chevy stocker specialist. They're out of South Dakota, I believe. Seher Performance, SEHR. I believe they're also out of South Dakota. They are your complete performance machine shop. They do block work, crankshaft, cylinder heads, street and strip. Dale's A1 Transmission, certified drivetrain and transmission specialist out of South Dakota. Tom Service, VP Racing Fuels out of Pierce, Nebraska. Larry Hodge, Racing Tire and Wheels. Autocraft, race cars and restorations. They do body paint, chassis fabrication, roll bars, cages. They're out of Eau Claire, Wisconsin. Bishop's Performance, transmissions and converters. I think they're out of Grand Rapids, Minnesota area. Iowa Speed and Supply. Lucas Oil. C-Tech Manufacturing. Lynn's Auto Body out of Cloquet, Minnesota. If you bend it, Lynn can mend it. Aero Components out of Ramsey, Minnesota. Trailer accessories, cabinets, awnings, pick carts. Restech. Looks like Restech Systems. Fast Shocks, Randy Mans out of Rogers. Do dyno tuning, rebuilding, and revalving on shocks. Line Performance, the engine building and dyno service. It's either Wright or Cromwell, I can't remember. Minnesota. Jamieson Equipment for your shop equipment needs. Ultronics Performance Electronics. Superior One Synthetics, they sell AMSOIL. Patterson Elite Performance, high performance engines, machine services, new and used parts warehouse. Henderson Race Shop out of Missouri, car fabrication, chassis setup, wiring, 3D printing, drag racing blinders and accessories. Watertown Ford and Chrysler is another sponsor for Midwest Class Racers. Auto Body Solutions. So there's quite a few sponsors that go behind all this. Okay, track is clear. Everybody back in their cars. If you're paired up, let's get ready to race. Attention in the pits. Greg Rauscher, car number 564. We need you to stay staging lanes ASAP. Greg Rauscher, car number 564, to staging lanes ASAP, please. All right, here we go. Thunder in the pipes again. So looks like we are ready for quadrant D as in David. Stock, super stock, quadrant D. To the staging lanes, please. Tower lane, John Korish out of La Crosse, Wisconsin, in the 15 Camaro, dialed at 1020. Right lane is Michael Lund out of Bettendorf, Iowa, and the Firebird dialed in at 1049. Red light start for John Korish by 30 thou. Michael Lund gets the win, goes 063 on the tree, and runs 11:10 with a 1 on the 1049. John was a little quick too. He ran a 10:15.9 on his 1020 dial. Michael Lund moves on to round 2. Tower lane, David Peaked out of Oakdale, Minnesota, in the 72 Mustang, dial at 1037. Right lane is Douglas Duell out of Newburgh, Indiana, 69 Cuda, dial at 1065. A little over 20,000 separates reaction times. Win goes to the better reaction time on a double breakout. Doug Duell was 98 on the tree, Dave's 123. 1062 1 on the 1065 for Douglas, 1030 with a 2 on the 1243 for David, taking a bit too much straight. Dennis Lund Jr., 1243 dial of Davenport, Iowa, in the 91 Camaro. Right lane is Jim Langer out of Webster, Wisconsin, the 72 Mustang, dial at 981. $78 thousandths red light start for Jim Langer in the right lane. Dennis Lund Jr. in the out of value lane gets the win. 046 light runs a 1251.6 on the 1243 dial. Again, stock, super stock, class D, stock, super stock, class D to staging lanes to pair up, please. Jason Shepard, 69 Camaro. Holman, Wisconsin, left lane, dial to 1016. Right lane is Mike Patnode in the 71 Camaro, dialed at 1144. Another red light start. This time Mike Patnote, 041 red. Gives the win to Jason Shepard in the left lane. Runs a 10:17.0 on the 10:16 dial with a 1:16 reaction time. Tower Lane is Lance Line out of Cromwell, Minnesota. The 6'9 Mustang, dial at 10:28. Right lane is Bruce Doyle out of Manhattan, Illinois, in the 85 Camaro, dial at 10:92. Again, stock, super stock, quadrant D. We need you to staging lanes. Three thousandths between reaction times. Wind goes to Lance Line in the auto value lane, 10:29.1 on the 10:20 weight with a 0:84 reaction time. Bruce was 0:87, a 10:95.8 on the 10:92. Margin of victory was 0.30. Here's a matchup for you that goes back 30 years. Glenn Demenge in the Tower Lane, 6'9 Camaro out of McGregor, Minnesota, dial at 10:11. Jason Line out of Troutman, North Carolina, the 70 Buick, dialed in at a 10:16. Old Bud's going at it and almost the same dial in. Well, about 60,000 between reaction times. Better reaction time gets the win on a double breakout. Jason was 0:21 to Glenn's 0:81. Runs a 10:14.9 on his 10:16. Glenn was 10:06 on his 10:11. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. The ladders for Index and Nostalgia Superstock are posted on the concession stand wall. Excuse me. The ladders for Index and Nostalgia Superstock are posted on the concession stand wall. So please check it out and find out who you are racing. Don't come up yet. We'll call you when that's ready, but just to let you know, indexes are posted, or pairings are posted. Again, stock, super stock, when you're paired up, get your lanes figured out, saddle up, and pull up to race. Tower Lane is Ron Feist. I believe he's out of Brooklyn Park, Minnesota. The 67 Fairlane, dial 11:35. Right lane is Jim Parsons out of Kearney, Missouri. 66 Chevy Nova, dialed in at 10:95. About 49 thousandths between reaction times. Oops. Well, Jim Parsons gets the win. He had slowed down considerably. Ron didn't slow down and broke out 11:34.3 on his 11:35. Jim was 13:71.1 on his 10:95. That happens, unfortunately. Tower Lane, Hannah Line, 6'9 Camaro, dial at 10:97. Right lane is Dirk Olson in the 6'9 Nova, dial at 10:10. Cromwell, Minnesota, left lane. La Crosse, Wisconsin, right lane. .42 thousandths between reaction times. Wind goes to the better reaction time. Dirk was 14 on the tree to Hannah's 0:56. He runs a 10:28.9 on the 10:10, forcing Hannah to break out. Not by much, 10:96.6 on her 10:97. Tower Lane, Eric Shepard, Peterson, Minnesota, the 6'9 Chevy, dialed in at 10:53. Right lane is Alex Weiss out of Brandon, South Dakota, the 14 Cobra Jet Mustang, a 952 dial-in. So just over a second head start for the Nova. Again, quadrant D, stock, super stock. You should be in the lanes, quadrant D, stock, super stock. You should be in the lanes pairing up. Eric Shepard, 22 thousandths red, 1054.4 on his 1053. Alex gets the win, 034 light, runs a 936.4 on the 952 dial. Tower lane is Steve Hutar out of Cromwell, Minnesota, the 67 Impala, dialed in at 1155. Right lane is Denny Nelson out of Stacy, Minnesota, the 74 Pontiac GTO, a 1205 dial. 38 thou red for Steve Hutar. Denny Nelson gets the win. He goes 048 green and runs 1187.7 on his 1205. Breaking out on a double breakout, Steve ran 1152.2 on his 1155, but went red first, so Denny moves on to the next round. So again, stock, super stock, quadrant D, you should be up in lanes. Getting paired up. Once you're paired up, saddle up, suit up, and pull up, please. Again, index racers, nostalgia superstock racers, your pairings are on the concession stand wall, so you can find out who you're going to race. And then we should be almost ready to start calling for that. We're getting down on our stock superstockers here, so I would say index standby. Again, the Rock Falls concession stand is open. Burgers, brats, hot dogs, ice cream sandwiches, ice cream cones, all kinds of beverages for all ages. Next pair, Tower Lane, Dan Johnson on Mitchell, South Dakota, the 71 Pontiac Firebird, 1185 is his dial. Right lane is Jeff Parker out of Powell, Wyoming, the 70 Camaro, dialed in at 1103. Win goes to Jeff Parker, 1130 with an 8 on the 1103 with a 052 light. Dan Johnson was 12080 on the 1185 with a 126 light. Margin of victory was 26 thousandths for Jeff Parker. Jim Hughes. My mistake, the pairings for Index and Nostalgia Superstock are posted at the bottom of the tower. So my mistake there. Index race and Nostalgia Superstock race pairings are at the bottom of the tower, not the concession stands. My bad. Jim Hughes with the win there. Tower Lane, Nick Bredimus, 74 Duster, 1095 dial in the left lane. Right lane, Jamie Peach, 72 Buick, dial 1115. $43,000 separate reaction times. And the win goes to Jamie Peach, 11:16.9 on his 11:15. Nick was a little quick, 10:93.5 on the 10:95. Margin of victory was 9 thousandths at the stripe. Tower Lane, the Cobra Jet Mustang of Robert Sigworth, dialed in at 10:26. The right lane is Lawrence Line out of Wright, Minnesota, dialed at 12:03. Red light start for Lawrence Line by 34 thousandths. The win goes to Robert Sigworth, 30 on the tree, runs a 10:31.3 on the 10:26. Lawrence broke out 12:005 on the 12:03. Tower Lane, Bob Sherwood, Sioux Falls, South Dakota, 14 Mustang, dialed at 8:55 in the auto value lane. The Fast Freddy's lane, Sam Ruland and White Lake, South Dakota, 11 Challenger, dialed at 10:40. About 70,000 separates reaction times. The win goes to the better reaction time. Sam was 13 on the tree, a 10:41.5 on the 10:40. Bob was 0.85 on the tree, a 8:77.5 on the 8:55. Competition buy goes to Daniel Weiss, 79 Corvette out of Luverne, Minnesota, dialed 11:29 in the auto value lane. All right, here we go. Bruce Lang and Tower Lane, 68 Barracuda out of Marathon, Wisconsin, dialed at 993. Right lane is Tanner Weiss out of Laverne, Minnesota, in the 78 Corvette, dialed in at 1152. Well, somebody was pretty close to perfect on the tree and gets the win. 007 green for Tanner. Bruce was 075, 1153.6 on the 1152. Bruce was 996.7 on the 993. Margin of victory was 089. Tower Lane, Curtis Crees the third in the 80 Dodge Diplomat, 225, dialed at 1512. Right lane is Brad Cavisto out of Cromwell, Minnesota, the 74 GTO, dialed 1135. 20 thousandths between reaction times. And Brad gets the win. 040 light to Curtis's 060 light. 1138.8 on the 1135. Kind of pushed Curtis out. 1498.9 on the 1512. And the Fast Freddy lane moves on to the next round. All right, fire him up. Let's go. Looks like we got about 16 pair or so left to go. Tower lane is Scott Dugdale out of Stacy, Minnesota, in the 67 Chevelle, dialed in at 1146. Right lane, it says Matt Malenke out of Mattawa, Minnesota, the 71 Brian Schultz Duster, dialed in at 1105. $22 thousandths between reaction times. Better reaction time gets the win. Doug was 043 to Matt's 065, 1151.4 on his 1146. Matt was a little quick, 1103.0 on the 1105. Scott moves on to round number 2. Tower lane, Dylan Jans out Iowa City, Iowa, in the 70 Nova, dialed at 1055. Right lane is Doug Engels out of Watertown, South Dakota, 1024 dial. $17 thousandths between reaction times. Again, the better reaction time gets the win. Dylan was 13 on the tree to Doug's 030, a 1066.1 on the 1055. Doug was 1033.6 on the 1024. Get this, margin of victory, .002 at the finish. Dave Goldie, Tower Lane, Maple Grove, Mustang, Dallas, 1131. Right lane is Brian Dixon, Mitchell, South Dakota, 1074 dial. Breakout for Brian, and looks like Dave gets the win. 11:35.1 on the 11:31 with a 0:13 light. Brian was 0:88 on the tree. Had to push it out a little bit to beat Dave's light. Tower Lane, El Corda, the Skogan Dickey 15 Camaro, Dala 1028. Right lane is Stephanie Dikema out of Bluegrass, Iowa, 70 Nova. She's Dala 1014. Stephanie turns the red on by 22 thousandths. 22 red. Al Corda gets the win, goes 90 on the tree, 1029.7 on his 1028. Stephanie was 1015.9 on her 1014. Tower Lane, Matt Steen out of Marshall, Minnesota, 66 Plymouth, dialed to 1036. Right lane is Doug Jonak out of Zimmerman, Minnesota, Ford Mustang, 902 dial. Doug turns the red light on by 5 thousandths of a second, giving the win to Matt Steen. 1035.3 on his 1036 dial. Doug was right on his dial with the 9.029, but went 5 thousandths red. Tower Lane is Maxine Lyon out of Wright, Minnesota in the 60 HFL. She's dialed 1124. Right lane is Corey Hopkins out of North Branch, Minnesota in the 69 Dart, dialed in at 1118. Identical reaction times. Looks like something must have happened to Maxine's car. Corey wins 1182 on the 1118 dial. Maxine slowed to a 1284 on her 1124 dial, but both drivers had 35 reaction times. All right, next pair, Brian Anderson out of Millbank, South Dakota in the Tower Lane, 99 Camaro, dial at 1076. Right lane is Mike Verba out of Sioux Falls, South Dakota in the 78 Malibu wagon, dialed 1182. Index class, standby. I'll be calling you up soon. Index class, standby. Well, looks like the tranny brake didn't hold on Brian Anderson's car, or line locks didn't hold in 499 red light. Automatic win goes to Mike Verba, 1177.2 on the 1182. Tower Lane, Jason DeForest, Oak Grove, Minnesota, 87 Camaro, 949 dial in. Right lane is John Overby out of Minneapolis in the Cobble Shop Racing 10 Challenger, dial at 1018. Better reaction time gets the win. Jason 087 on the tree, 958.8 on the 949 dial. John Overby was 1024.1 on the 1018. And we'll just say Jason had a better reaction time. Tower Lane, Gene Bickelmeyer out of Norfolk, Nebraska, 6672, dial at 1017. Right lane is Adam Messenbring out of Rochester, Minnesota, 92 Camaro, he's dialed at 1086. Fast Ready Lane gets a win. 035 reaction to Gene's 062. Adam runs a 1090 with a 4 on the 1086. Gene was 1022.0 on the 1017. Tower Lane, Ryan Hutar out of Cromwell, Minnesota, Steve's Auto Body 69 Camaro, dialed at 1037. Right lane is Bill Woodstruck out of Mitchell, South Dakota, in the 86 Camaro, dialed at 1111. Index class to staging. Class to staging. Pair up. Lanes 3 and 4, please. Bill Woodstruck gets the win. 11-11-8 on his 11-11. 45 reaction time. Ryan Hutar 10:34.8 on the 10:37 dial with a 60 reaction time. Margin of victory for Bill was 30 thousandths. Again, index round number 1. Get your pairings and match up in lanes 3 and 4, please. Tower Lane, Logan Wernert out of Mason City, Iowa, the 6'2 Plymouth, out 1109. Right lane is Dane McIntosh out of Powell, Wyoming, 68 Camaro, dial at 1090. Again, index class to lanes 3 and 4. Get paired up and match up in lanes 3 and 4, please. Win goes the better reaction time. Logan Wernert, 34 on the tree to Dane's 088. Runs 11:12.0 on the 1109. Dane ran right on with a 9, 1090 with a 9 on the 1090. Tower Lane, Bruce Castle out of Naperville, Illinois, the 71 Mercury. Dial 1130, Lynn Johnson in the right lane. Lynn's Auto Body 69 Mustang, dialed in at 1030. Bruce Castle with win, 044 on the tree to Lynn's 113. 11:35.1 on the 11:30. Lynn broke out by 2 thousandths, 10:29.8 on the 10:30. Margin of victory for Bruce was 16 thousandths. Tower Lane, Matt Lund out of Bettendorf, Iowa, the 98 Pontiac, dialed at 993. Right lane is Larry Curtis out of Bethel, Minnesota, dialed in at 1050 in the Challenger. Seven thousandths between reaction times. Double breakout win goes to Matt Lund. 076 on the tree to Larry's 069. He runs a 991.9 on the 993. Larry is 1044.6 on the 1050. Breaking out by the least is Matt for the win. Kevin Leinert out of Dakota City, Nebraska in the 6'9 Dart, dial of 1334. Don Turk out of Lebanon, Indiana, the 71 T37 Pontiac, 1157 dial. Win goes to Kevin Leinert, 13:37.9 on the 13:34. Had a 0:47 reaction time to Don's 1:15. Don pushed out and broke out 11:51.1 on the 11:57. Chris Knutson, Tower Lane, 6'9 Camaro, 10:54 dial in. Paul Lindbergh, right lane in the 56 Chevy with a 12:54 dial in. Three thousandths between reaction times. Paul Lindbergh breaks out. Chris Knutson gets the win. 10:54.8 on the 10:54. 0:58 light to Paul's 0:55. A 12:49.6 on the 12:54 for Paul. Johnny Deekema, 65 Corvette, Tower Lane, 10:14 dial. He's out of Bluegrass, Iowa. Right lane is Daniel Blabalil, Davidson, North Carolina, 70 Buick GS, dialed in at 10:46. Little staging duel here. Well, somebody was perfect on the tree. Somebody was 19. Perfect Light gets the win. Dead on 9 for a 9-pack. Trip Zip 0 for Daniel Blabalil and the right lane. 10:46.9 on the 10:46. 10:14.7 on the 10:14 for the left lane. And I just lost my information. Jack Larson, left lane. Cropsey, Illinois, the 72 Comet, dialing in at 14:65. Again, index racers, we need you to lanes 3 and 4 to pair up. Index racers to lanes 3 and 4 to pair up. Car number 500 is doing some launches or track testing here. It's a comp eliminator car. Pretty quick. I saw him click off really early and run a mid 8-second pass. So I'm guessing this thing is probably capable of 7 seconds, maybe low 8s. Sounds pretty healthy. Clicks it off early, 867 at 131 miles an hour. He was 538 at 129.50 in the 8th, a 121.60 foot. Again, index racers, we need you to pair up in lanes 3 and 4. So index racers come up, pair up with your racing partner here, and line up in lanes 3 and 4, please.
All right, attention, stock super stockers. The ladder for round number 2 will be coming down for posting here in just a matter of moments. And at that time, we will need the quadrant A to the staging lanes for round number 2. Quadrant A, and the ladder for round number 2 will be posted here momentarily. It'll be down there in about 2 minutes. So quadrant A, we will need those drivers to the staging lanes for round number 2. All right, we're doing a little track prep here before round number 1 of our Index and Nostalgia. So at this time, we need to make sure Index racers, you should be in the lanes, paired up, and ready to go for round number 1. Again, Index racers should be in the lanes, paired up, and ready to go for round number 1. The pairings for round number 1 of Index is going to be Mike Lund with the bye. It is Griswold versus Lindbergh, Seafelt versus Elliott, Keller versus Kurt Anderson, Korda versus Jason Line, Kieski versus Demeng, Dalton Johnson versus Becky Plocky. It's Woody versus Lund Jr., Covert versus Hawks, Spear versus Mike Lund, Nowak versus Stelrek, Lang versus Shauna Anderson, Brian Anderson versus Gary Ketchy. So we need to make sure we have all of those Index racers to the lanes, paired up, ready to go for round number 1. Again, we are doing some track prep, and we will be back at you for round number 1 here in just a few minutes.
Okay, final call, index. You should be in lanes 3 and 4 paired up. Index class, lanes 3 and 4, final call, final call for index, lanes 3 and 4. You should be paired up and ready to go. Track is freshly prepped and sprayed, so it'll just take a couple minutes for that to settle in and tack up and dry. So we'll be pulling out lanes 3 and 4 pretty quick. Nostalgia Superstock, stand by. It'll be a few minutes before we call you, but just stand by. And we appreciate your support. I believe we're only missing one car for index, so if you're not here, I guess you don't make the round. So so we might have a breakage, so I think we're about ready to go. All right, saddle up, index, saddle up. Let's go racing, round number 1. Again, stock, super stock. We need quadrant A back to staging to pair up. Quadrant A, we need you to staging lanes to pair up, please. So pair up and pull up forward in your lanes. We appreciate that. So here we go, round number 1 of index. Attention to the pits, Nostalgia Super Stockers. We need you to pair up and get into lanes 5 and 6. Nostalgia Super Stock to lanes 5 and 6 after you're paired up. Shauna Anderson, Tower Lane, Eau Claire, Wisconsin, 01Z28 with a 1050 dial. Right lane is Bruce Lang out of Marathon, Wisconsin, in the 68 Plymouth Barracuda, dial the 975. Very similar to bracket racing. They can't go under their index to win. Unless it's a double breakout, and then the least breakout wins. And here we go. It's a double breakout. A 974.9 on the 975 win for Bruce Lang. Shauna was 10:45.7 on the 1050. Had the better reaction time, but took just a little too much strike. Tower Lane, Steve Griswold, Milan, Illinois, 05 vet, dial to 850. Right lane is Chad Lindberg out of Lindstrom, Minnesota, dial to 1175. A little over 20 thousandths between the two. Win light goes to the better reaction time. 8:56.7 on the 850 for the Idle Value Lane for Steve Griswold. Chad was 11:84.9 on the 1175. Tower Lane, Jeff Nowak out of Chippewa Falls in the 68 Camaro, dial to 1050. Right lane is Jerry Stelrecht out of Goodhue, Minnesota in the 71 Cuda, dial to 1125. Advantage reaction to the right lane, but he breaks out. Win goes to Jeff Nowak, 1063.5 on the 1050. Jerry was 16 on the tree, took way too much stripe, 1122.5 on the 1125. Dalton Johnson, Eau Claire, Wisconsin, 69 Camaro, 11 dial in. Right lane's Becky Platchy out of River Falls in the 64 Plymouth, 1025 dial. Win light goes to Dalton Johnson, left lane, 051 light, Becky's 096, 11.053 on the 11 dial, 1026.5 on the 1025 dial for Becky, 0077 at the finish, .007 at the finish. Tower Lane is Roman Kayeski out of Cadott, Wisconsin in the for sale Chevy Vega, 9 flat dial in. Right lane is Glenn DeMenge out of McGregor, Minnesota in the 69 Camaro, dialed in at 1025. Again, Nostalgia Superstockers, we need you to lanes 5 and 6 paired up. Nostalgia Superstockers, we need you to lanes 5 and 6 to get paired up. Stock Superstock Quadrant A, we need you to stage in to pair up, please. Stock Superstock Quadrant A to stage in lanes, please. Red light start by 30 thousandths for Roman and the Tower Lane, giving the win to Glenn. 10.083 on the 1025 dial in. Roman broke out by 4 thousandths on his 9 flat dial. Tower Lane is Michael Lund out of Bettendorf, Iowa, the 96 Firebird, dial to 1050. Right lane is Riley Spear out of Fort Ripley in the 98 Pontiac, dial to 10 flat. Couple Pontiac Firebirds going at it here. Again, Nostalgia Superstock, we need you paired up in lanes 5 and 6. Nostalgia Superstock paired up in 5 and 6. Quadrant A, Stock Superstock. Quadrant A, Stock Superstock. Need you paired up in staging lanes, please. The win goes to Riley Spear, 10.042 on the 10 flat with a 025 light. Michael was 60 on the tree, broke out 10.49.8 on the 1050. Tower Lane is Gary Ketchy out of Matabidi, Minnesota, the 83 Ford Mustang, 10 flat dial. Right lane is Brian Anderson out of Milbank, South Dakota, the 99 Camaro, dial in at 1075. Again, Nostalgia Superstock, we need you paired up in lanes 5 and 6. Nostalgia Superstock paired up in lanes 5 and 6. Quadrant A, stock super stock to staging. Quadrant A, stock super stock to staging. And again, Gary Ketchy having problems holding the line. I'm not sure if it's a line lock or tranny brake issue, but I think that's the third time today that's happened, unfortunately. Brian Anderson gets the win, 1079.4 on the 1075. Dennis Lund Jr., Davenport, Iowa, Camaro in the left lane, dial the 1250. Right lane is Dan Woody out of Plymouth, Minnesota. 66 Fairlane, 11 flat dial. Definite reaction time advantage for the left lane, gets the win. 60 on the tree for Dennis. Dan was a little late. 1256.3 on the 1250 dial. Dan was a little quick, 1095.7 on the 11 flat. Next up is Cole Keller with a competition buy, I believe. 10 flat is the dial-in, or the index, I should say. 88 Mustang out of Ramsey, Minnesota. Runs a 1040 at 131. Another competition buy here for Ryan Sufelt in the 64 Plymouth wagon. 1050 is the index. $10.56 with a 7 on the 1050. Final call, Nostalgia Superstock to pair up in staging lanes 5 and 6. Final call, Nostalgia Superstock to lanes 5 and 6. Final call, stock Superstock combo, class or quadrant A to staging lanes. Quadrant A, final call. Staging lane, please. Next up is Al Corda, the 15 Camaro, or indexed at 1025. Jason Line, the Autocraft Race Car 68 Camaro, 10 flats is index. Ten thousandths of a second between reaction times between these veteran racers. Win light going to Al Corda, 40 on the tree to Jason's 30, 10:28.9 on the 1025. And I just lost my screen, but there was like 8 thousandths at the finish line. Joe Corvette on his 1025 index runs a little quick, a 1023.4 on his 1025 index. Must be a lot of breakages here. Another competition buy for Mike Lund in his Camaro, 1025 index. Alan Wick, car number 3092, F stock automatic. Alan Wick, we need you to staging lanes ASAP. Alan Wick to staging lanes ASAP. Nostalgia Superstock. Get to your cars, get saddled up. Nostalgia Superstock. Get to your cars, get saddled up. We're going. right, here we go. Round number 1, Nostalgia Superstock coming at you. Looks like we're still missing a few cars for the stock Superstock Quadrant A. I think I have 16 we should have, and we only have about 12 or 13 here. So I'm missing a few cars yet for the stock Superstock Quadrant A. Need to hustle. Tim Freeze, Tower Lane, 63 Plymouth, 1050 dial. Tom Hoffman, right lane, 63 Plymouth, 1075 dial. Three thousandths between reaction times. One light goes to Tim Freeze, 18 on the tree to Tom's 15, 1051 2 on the 1050. Tom breaks out by 1 thousandths, 1074 9 on the 1075. Ouch. John Resch out of River Falls, Wisconsin, the 66 Coronet, 1075 dial. Dick Monaco on the 64 Galaxy, a 1050 dial. Quite an advantage on the left lane for the win. 31 on the tree, 1090 with an 8 on the 1075. Dick wasn't close to that 31. He runs a 1065 on the 1050. Jim Hagenhoff, the Tower Lane, Holt Summit, Missouri, 65 Belvedere, dial 950. Jason Behrens in the 65 Coronet, dial 1175, out of Edgar, Wisconsin, in the right lane. $80,000 red for Jim Hagenhoff, giving the win to Jason Behrens. 1171.5 on the 1175. Tower Lane looks like Brad Wentland in the 66 Coronet, 12 flat dial in. Scott Burrell out of Cedar Lake, Indiana in the 64 Color Me Gone Dodge, 950 dial. And on the door it says Doofus McKnucklehead is the driver. I just love that car. Unfortunately, he got timed out for not staging in time. That happens. Once one driver is staged, the other one is pre-staged, you have so much time, and he didn't make the time allotted. Hate to see that to any racer. Tower Lane, Steve Glupke out of Blaine in the 64 Dodge, dialed at a 10 flat. Right lane is Kevin Chakowski and out of Steger, Illinois in the 66 Ford Fairlane, dialed at 975. Well, somebody was James Bond on the tree. Gets the win. 007, 10.028 on the 10 flat. forcing Kevin to break out. 90 reaction time, runs a 971.7 on the 975. Pat Cage in the 63 Plymouth in left lane, 1125 dial. Right lane is Gary Beamer in the 63 Pontiac, dial 1150. $39,000 red light in the right lane for Gary, giving the win to Pat Cage, who goes 31 on the tree. 1178.4 on 1125 dial in. Tower Lane, Jerry Bolton out of Jessup, Iowa, 65 Chevelle, dialed at 975. Right lane is Marty Mumm out of Cassville, Wisconsin in the 64 Chevy, dialed in at 925. So 65 Chevelle left lane, 64 Chevelle right lane, half second dial difference. Reaction time favors the left lane for the win. 986.2 on the 975 for Jerry. Marty was 946.4 on the 925. Tower Lane is Russ Behrens out of Edgar, Wisconsin. 67 Plymouth with a 975 dial. Right lane is Bruce Lang out of Marathon in the 68 CUDA, also with a 975 dial. Heads up. 10 thousandths red light for Russ Behrens in the left lane. Bruce Lang in the Fast Freddy's lane gets the win. 973.8 on his 975. Tower Lane, Bob Mosher out of Elmhurst, Illinois in the 67 Fairlane, dial 11 flat. Ryan Seafelt out of Little Chute, Wisconsin, 64 Savoy Wagon, dialed in at 1050. $31 thousandths between reaction times. Win goes to the double breakout. Win goes to Ryan Seafelt. 63 on the tree to 94 for Bob. He runs a 1049.7 on the 1050. Bob runs a 1096.4 on the 11 flat. Competition buy here for Doug Duell out of Newburgh, Indiana, the 64 Dragon Wagon Plymouth. 950 is his dial. This thing just carries the wheels just nice. $964.5 on the 950, moving to round number 2. Another competition buy for the right lane here. Jim Kroger out of Sparta, Wisconsin in the 64 Dodge. 1050 is his dial. Or index, I should say, I guess. Runs it out, 10:53.9 on the 1050. Jim is also moving on to round number 2. Quadrant B, stock, super stock. Quadrant B, stock, super stock. We need you to staging lanes to pair up. Quadrant B to stock, super stock. We need you to pair up. In the staging lanes, please. Again, stock, super stock, quadrant B. We need you to staging lanes to pair up. Stock, super stock, quadrant B to staging lanes to pair up, please. Again, stock, super stock, quadrant B. We need you to staging lanes. Stock, super stock, quadrant B, your third and final call. Tower lane is Don Lutard. The 95 Camaro goes red. Paul Marola gets win out of Papillon, Nebraska. 66 Chevy 2. Runs a 10.95.7 on his 10.98. Don was, we'll just say, a little bit early on the tree. Tower lane is Larry DeForest out of Ramsey in the 2010 Mustang, Dalla 953. Right lane is Paul Anderson, Lewiston, Minnesota. 67 Camaro, dialed in at 10.09. Red light start for Paul Anderson, giving the automatic win to Larry DeForest. 9:53.8 on his 9:53. Larry moves on to round number 3, I believe it is. Tower lane is Jerry Mooney. Wall, South Dakota, 69 Mustang, Dalla 1054. Right lane is Russ Kramer out of Big Lake, Minnesota. The big 64 Belvedere, dialed in at 1056. Five thousandths between reaction times. Right lane gets the win. 1070 with a 5 on the 1056. Jerry Mooney was 1077.6 on the 1054. Fast Freddy lane moves on. Alan Wick in the Tower lane, Oconomowoc, Wisconsin, 68 Plymouth. Cuda dialed in at 1160. Right lane is Ben Line out of International Falls in the 69 Mustang, dialed to 1054. $29 thousandths between reaction times. And Ben Line gets the win. 66 on the tree, 1061.1 on the 1054. Allen was 1167.4 on the 1160 dial. Margin of victory was 032. Final call, quadrant B to staging. Stock, super stock. Final call, quadrant B. Stock, super stock to staging lanes. All right, stock, super stock. If you're paired up, suit up, get your lanes figured out, and pull up so we can get going. We need to call the next quadrant C in, so weather's coming and we want to get this done today. So the quicker we get people up here and racing, the quicker we'll get this program in. Rain is maybe 2.5 hours out, and it's big rain. So we need to hurry. So you hear anything that sounds like your class, you should be up here. Attention in the pits, Index and Nostalgia Super Stockers. The ladders are posted for your next round at the bottom of the tower. Again, Index and class Nostalgia Superstock racers. Tower Lane, Dan Blaboyle out of Davidson, North Carolina, dial 1047. Right lane is Mike Verba, dial 1175. Better reaction time gets the win. Daniel, 1047.7 on the 1047 dial. Mike Verba breaking out 1173.7 on the 1175. I believe this is a competition by Lance Line, 6-9 Mustang out of Cromwell, Minnesota. Dialed then in 11 flat. Nice 009 reaction time. Runs it out to a 10.27.0 on the 11 flat index. Again, index racers, Nostalgia Superstock racers. Your next pairings for the next round are posted at the bottom of the tower. Okay, stock, superstock, here it is. Quadrant C, we need you to staging to pair up. Quadrant C, stock, superstock. To the staging lanes, ASAP, please. Stock, superstock. Quadrant C to staging lanes, please. Thank you very much. Auto value lane, we have Jason Shepard out of Holman, Wisconsin, 69 Camaro, 1017's his dial. Fast Freddy's lane, Joe Covert out of Saukville, Wisconsin, 05 Grand Am, dial 1023. Win light goes to the battery action. Jason, 35 on the tree to Joe's 054, 1028.9 on the 1147, 1034.0 on the 1023 for Joe. Oh no, it wasn't 1147. That carried over for the next pair. Sorry, I don't have that information. Next is Jamie Jurgens, 1147 dial, 83 Camaro in the tower lane. Right lane is Jim Parsons in the 66 Nova dial to 1092. Six thousandths red light start for Jamie Jurgens, tower lane. Jim Parsons runs it out and runs a 1095.8 on the 1092. Auto value lane is Michael Lund out of Bettendorf, Iowa, the 96 Firebird, dial to 1048. Right lane is Tom Vigna out of Sioux Falls, South Dakota, the 91 Calais, dial in at 995 in the Fast Freddy's lane. Red light start by 31 thousandths for Tom, giving the automatic win to Michael in the auto value lane 11, 11-3 on the 1048 dial. Tom goes right dead on with a 7, but goes red. Auto value lane in the tower lane here is Dennis Lund Jr. out of Davenport, Iowa, the 91 Camaro, dial in at 1248. Fast Freddy's lane, the right lane, Steve Copine out of Sioux Falls, South Dakota. The 6'9 Camaro dialing at 10:15. Little less than 2.5 second wait here for the right lane. $23 thou between reaction time. Better reaction time gets a win on a double breakout. 032 light for Steve. Dennis was 055, 1013.5 on the 1015. Dennis was 1244.7 on the 1248. Margin of victory was 18 thousandths. Auto value lane, Jason Lyon out of Troutman, North Carolina in the 70 Buick, dialed in at 1016. Right lane is Brett Spear out of Fort Ripley, Minnesota in the 87 Camaro, dialed in at 1011. So 500ths difference. And 9 thousandths difference on reaction time. Double breakout win goes to Brett Spear, 043 on the tree to Jason's 034, a 10.078 on the 1011. Jason was 10.12.2 on the 1016. Margin of victory was 6 thousandths at the stripe. Okay, quadrant C, when you get paired up, get your lanes figured out, suit up, and pull up for your next round. Tower lane is Ron Rodell out of Sioux Falls, South Dakota, the 02 Grand Am, dial in at 1070. Right lane is Doug Duell out of Newburgh, Indiana, and the 6'9 Cuda, dial in at 1062. Reaction time advantage for Doug Duell. 1080 with a 5 on the 1062. Ron runs a 1075.7 on the 1070. Attention stock, super stock, quadrant D. Quadrant D is in David. We need you to staging lanes ASAP to pair up. Quadrant D, we need you to staging lanes ASAP. Alex Weiss here, 14 Ford Tower Lane, 936 dial. Corey Hopkins in the right lane, 1120 dial. Red light start by Alex Weiss by 0.03 of a second. Give an automatic win to Corey Hopkins, who runs it out 11:19.6 on 11:20. So 4th thou off there is pretty good. And then Alex was 3 thou good on his dial, 936.3 on the 936. Competition by goes to Robert Siegworth in the 14 Cobra Jet, looks like 1032 is his dial. Again, stock, super stock, quadrant D. Quadrant D is in David. We need you to staging lanes ASAP. Index racers, stand by. Index racers for round 2, stand by. Tower Lane, Daniel Weiss out of Laverne, Minnesota, the 79 Corvette. Grabbing gears, dial 1119. Scott Dugdale out of Stacy, Minnesota, the 67 Chevelle, 1149 dial. Also grabbing some gears, so 3/10 difference on the tree, and they're both grabbing the gears down the track. Win light goes to the better reaction. Scott Dugdale 36 on the tree to Daniel's 053, 1158.1 on the 1149 for Scott, 1129.7 on the 1119 for Daniel. Again, stock, super stock, when you get paired up and get your lanes figured out, suit up and pull up. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Again, Class D or Quadrant D for stock, super stock. Quadrant D for stock, super stock. We need you to lanes ASAP. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Index, round number 2. Round number 2, index to lanes 3 and 4. Get paired up. Index racers, lanes 3 and 4. Index racers to 3 and 4 for round number 2. Again, stock, super stock. Quadrant D, you should be up here in staging lanes getting paired up, getting suited up. Quadrant D, we need you to staging lanes ASAP. We're just trying to keep this moving along so everybody gets a fair chance to finish this race today. You know, a couple hours of good weather yet before the bad stuff rolls in, so we need to keep this moving as quick as we can. Cool down, gas up, and get ready to race. Tower Lane is Dylan Janza, Iowa City, 70 Nova dial at 1057. Right lane is Sam Ruland out of White Lake, South Dakota, the 11 Challenger dialed in at 1037. 3 thousandths red light start for Dylan Jans. Give the automatic win to Sam Rulin. 10:49.2 on the 10:37. Off the gas, obviously, at only 113 miles an hour. Tower Lane, Jeff Parker, 70 Camaro, dial 1106. Danny Nelson, right lane, dial 1180. $20 thousandths between reaction times. Win light goes to the Tower Lane, the auto value lane, 1107.9 on the 1106 for Jeff Parker. For the win, Denny Nelson was 1187.5 on the 1180. Had a 20 thousandths better reaction time in the right lane, but ET just couldn't pick it up. Margin of victory for Jeff was 36 thousandths. Matt Lund in the Tower Lane, dialed in at 992. The 98 Pontiac out of Bettendorf, Iowa. Right lane is Kevin Leinert out of Dakota City, Nebraska. The 69 Dart dialed in at 1338 with that 318 two-barrel. About 38 thou between reaction times. Better reaction time gets the win. 21 light for Matt. Kevin was 59 on the tree. Matt runs a 995.6 on the 992. Kevin breaking out trying to catch. Catches reaction time 13:32.7 on the 13:38. Again, index racers for round number 2. Need you paired up in lanes 3 and 4. Index racers for round number 2, lanes 3 and 4. Tower Lane, Matt Steen in the 66 Plymouth out of Marshall, Minnesota, 10:35 dial in. Right lane is Chris Knutson out of Grimes, Iowa. The 69 Camaro dialed in at 10:55. Win light going to Chris Knutson with a bad reaction time. 23 on the tree, runs a 10:61.9 on the 10:55. Matt runs a 10:38.0 on his 10:35. Tower Lane, Al Corda, Elk Mound, Wisconsin, 15 Camaro, 10:27 dial in. Right lane is Jim Hughes out of Grand Junction, Colorado. The 70 Nova dialed in at 10:68. Four thousandths between these reaction times. Win light going to Al Corda. Margin of victory 9 thousandths. He was 17 on the tree. Jim was 21. A 10:34.3 on the 10:27. Jim was 10:75.8 on the 10:68. .0097 for Al Corda. Dave Goldie, Maple Grove, Minnesota, Tower Lane, 11:34. Dial in. Right lane is Bill Whitstruck in this 86 Camaro. Dial in at 11:11. Win goes to the better reaction time. Dave Goldie, 16 on the tree to Bill's 064, 11:36.7 on his 11:34. Bill was 11:13.9 on the 11:11. Margin of victory was .050 for left lane. Tower Lane is Jamie Peach out of Oakdale in the 72 Buick, dialed 1185. Right lane is Bruce Castle. Also heads up race here, 1185. So he's out of Naperville, Illinois. $11 flat with a 0 to $11.30 with a 0. So Jamie Peach gets the win. When you're running heads up, there is no breaking out. So whoever's quickest and basically first cross finish line is your winner. Jason DeForest, Tower Lane, 87 Camaro, dialed in at a 949. Right lane is Logan Werner in the 62 Plymouth, dialed in at 1110. Oak Grove, Minnesota, left lane. Mason City, Iowa, right lane. $12 thousandths between reaction times. Better reaction time gets the win. Logan Werner, 35 on the tree to Jason's 47. 11:10 with a 7 on the 11:10. Jason was close, 950 with a 0 on the 949. Margin of victory was 15 thousandths, .015. Tower Lane, Tanner Weiss out of Laverne, Minnesota, the 78 Corvette. 12:15 dial, and another heads up race here. Bradley Cavisto out of Cromwell in the 74 GTO, also 12:15 dial. Or index, I should say. Bradley Cavisto for the win, 11:20 with an 8 to Tanner's 11:55 with a 5. Tanner was 10 on the tree, Brad was 52 on the tree. Again, we need index racer winners, lanes 3 and 4 to be paired up for your next round. Index racers, the lanes 3 and 4 to be paired up. Once you're paired up, in your lanes, pull up forward, please. Next pair is Jack Larson in the Tower Lane out of Cropsey, Illinois, in the 72 Comet 206 cylinder, dialed in at 1337. Right lane is Adam Messenbring out of Rochester, Minnesota, the 92 Chevrolet Camaro. Looks like 1089 is his dial. Looks like the motor's built by Drew Whalen in the Camaro. Well, let's say there's just quite a difference in reaction times. We'll see how it pays out on the top end. It does. 63 on the tree for Jack. 1340 with a 6 on the 1337. Adam runs a 1090 with a 3 on the 1089, but had unfortunately a 221 reaction time. I believe we're just missing two cars for index class. We're missing 2 cars for index class so we can get round 2 underway. Missing Al Corda for the index class. Al Corda and Johnson, number 515. Johnson and Al Corda, we need you to lanes 3 and 4 ASAP. Okay, we're just missing Al Corda. Al Corda, we need you to staging lanes 3 and 4 ASAP. And attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Nostalgia Superstock, we need you to lanes 5 and 6 to pair up for your next round. Nostalgia Superstock, first call to staging lanes 5 and 6 for round number 2. Nostalgia Superstock to the lanes, please. I need 11 cars for Nostalgia Superstock. Al Corda, we're waiting on you for index. Al Corda. Al Corda. Okay, he's here. Let's let him get paired up. Everybody have their cars here in index, ready to go. Okay, index, saddle up. You're coming out now. Suit up, saddle up, jump in, strap in. Let's go. Go, go, go. All right, here we go. Round number 2 of the index class racing. Bruce Lang out of Marathon, Wisconsin, 68 CUDA, indexed at 975. Brian Anderson in the right lane out of Millbank, South Dakota, indexed 1075. Nine thousandths between reaction times, 10:75.9 on the 10:79 or 10:75 for Brian. Bruce goes 10:70 or 9:75.7 on the 9:75. Margin of victory for Brian was .0073. Tower Lane, Steve Griswold out of Milan, Illinois, 05 vet, indexed at 850. Mike Lund in the right lane, indexed at 1025. 11 thousandths between reaction times. And the win goes to Mike Lund. 10:28.2 on his 10:25 index. Steve was 8:58.3 on the 8:50 index. Margin of victory was 40 thou. Tower Lane, Cole Keller out of Ramsey in the 88 Mustang, a 10 flat index. Right lane is Ryan Supfeld in the 64 Plymouth, 1050 index. Definite reaction advantage for one of the racers and gets the win. 037 light for Ryan in the right lane, 1050 index, runs a 1064.1. Cole was 1023.4 on the 10 index. Reaction time 124. Tower Lane, Riley Spear out of Fort Ripley in the 98 Pontiac, index 10 flat. Jeff Nowak out of Chippewa Falls in the right lane in the 68 Camaro, 1050 index. Somebody was near perfect reaction time, but does not get the win. Jeff Nowak, 002 on the tree to Riley's 038. Riley's 10.033 on the 10 flat. Jeff was 10.57.3 on the 1050. Margin of victory, .0044 for Riley Spear. Tower Lane, Dennis Lund Jr., Davenport, Iowa in the Camaro, dialed at 1250, or indexed at 1250. Joe Covert, Saukville, Wisconsin, the Grand Am, 1025. Joe shuts it off because he went quite red, giving the automatic win to Dennis Lund Jr., who runs it out 1268.5 on the 1250. Looks like a competition by here for Dalton Johnson, Eau Claire, Wisconsin, 6'9 Camaro, 11 flats is index. .1107.4 on his 11 flat index. Okay, attention. Round number 3 ladder is going up on the concession stand for stock, super stock. Round number 3 ladder is heading to the concession stand right now. So find out who you're paired up with. Round number 3 ladder is going. And the next round for stock, super stock will be all inclusive. No more quadrants. So when we call you up, come up. Alcorta Tower Lane, dial in at 1025. Also Glen Dimenge in the right lane, indexed at 1025. So heads up race to see who can do it without breaking out. Glenn couldn't wait, so automatic win goes to Alcorta. Left before the ambers came down, so Alcorta gets the automatic win to the next round. Again, stock, super stock, your ladder is being posted on the concession stand right now. There will be no more quadrants when we call you up. All will come up to get paired up, so check at the concession stands to see who you're paired up with and make arrangements for lane choice and all that ahead of time. Index racers, I have the ladder for the next round. I'm not calling you up, I'm just giving you the ladder. It's Mike Lund 3171 against Seafelt 7991. Alcorta with the bye. Johnson 515 versus can't remember if it's David Lund Jr. or Donald Lund Jr. 311C. And then Spear 3883 versus B. Anderson 5058. Again, that's going to be Lund versus Seafelt, Corda with the bye, Johnson versus Lund Jr., Spear versus Anderson. And that is for the next round of the index class. Not calling you up, I'm just letting you know who you're running. For nostalgia, we're waiting on Seafelt and Kroger. We need you to staging lanes 5 and 6 ASAP. Seafelt and Kroger, we need you to staging lanes 5 and 6 ASAP. Okay, Nostalgia Super Stock. Saddle up. And if you win, come back right up to lanes. After you gassed up and cool down, come right back up. And we'll have you pair up here in the lanes. Pairings for the index are Lund versus Seafelt, Corda with the bye, Johnson versus Lund Jr., Spear versus Anderson. So that's the next round for the index class. Lund number 3171 versus Seafelt 7991, Corda with the bye, Johnson number 515 versus Lund Jr. 311C, Spear 3883 versus Anderson 5058. Steve Glupke, Tower Lane, 10 flat dial. Brad Wentland, right lane, 12 flat dial. Double breakout win goes to the least breakout. Steve goes 999.9 on the 10 flat dial. Brad was 1171.1 on the 12 dial or index. Okay, stock, super stock. If you're cooled off and gas up, come on up, get paired up in the staging lanes. Stock, super stock to the lanes. Jason Barron's Tower Lane 1175 index. John Resch in the right lane 1075 index goes 88 red. Jason goes 87 green for the win. 1171.8 on his 1175 index. Again, stock, super stock. If you're cooled off and gassed up, come on up to staging lanes and get paired up in the staging lanes, please. Tower Lane, Jerry Bolton, 65 Chevelle, 975 index. Right lane, Pat Cage, 63 Plymouth, 1125 index. Goes 97 red. Jerry Bolton's 41 green for the win. $983.4 on the 975 index for Jerry. Pat was pretty close, 1127.6 on his 1125. But 97 red took it away. Looks like a buy here, Doug Duell out of Newburgh, Indiana. That's 64 Dragon Wagon Plymouth. 950 is his dial. And again, that's just such a smooth, long, carried out wheel stand. I love that. Runs a 966.2 on his 950 index. He's moving on to the next round. Bruce Lang in the Tower Lane 68 CUDA 975 index. Right lane is Jim Kroger. 64 Dodge, dial to 1050 or index to 1050. I'm a bracket racer. I'm used to saying dial ins all the time, so. Double breakout win goes to Bruce Lang. Tower lane, Tim Freeze, Menasha, Wisconsin, 1050 index. Right lane is Ryan Seafelt, also a 1050 index. So it's a heads-up game between these two Plymouth wagons. And the win, a lot of whopping going on the top end there. Ryan was 11 on the tree. Tim was 30 on the tree. 10.55.4 for the win for Ryan in the right lane on his 1050. Tim was 10.56.1 on his 1050. Margin of victory was 26 thousandths on the Whopping Fest down there. Okay, index racers, will need you winners back up to staging. So at this point, we're going to try to beat the weather. All winners report to staging. All winners report to staging ASAP. We can pair you up in staging now. So all winners back to staging lanes ASAP. Okay, Nostalgia Super Stalkers, I have your pairings. Duel versus Barons. Seafolt versus Glupke. Bolton versus Lang. So we need 6 vehicles for Nostalgia Super Stalkers. Duel versus Barons. Seafelt versus Glupke. Bolton versus Lang. The index, it's Lund versus Seafelt, quarter with bye. Johnson versus Lund Jr. Spear versus Anderson. We need you up to lanes 3 and 4. And then stock Super Stalkers, we need you up to lanes to pair up for your next round. So again, this is round robin. You win your round. Top off your fuel, cool it off for a second, and get back up here, please. Again, you know, Mother Nature beat us on Friday and Saturday, so we're trying to beat her today. And we're going to push, push, push. So if we sound like a broken record, that's the only reason why. We want to get this through and done so every class has a winner. It's always much better to do that than do a split or something that isn't that fun. Winning is cool. believe this is a buy here for Mr. Spear. He's going to get that out of the way right now. Fort Ripley, Minnesota 87 Camaro. Dial in at 1080. I should say indexed at 1080. Yeah, well, he got some 60-foot information off of that because just two wheels were going by the 60-foot there. 13 light and 133 4 60-foot. That's impressive on two wheels. I'll give him that. Again, at this point, this is round robin. So if you win, top off your fuel, cool it off quick, and get back up here as soon as you can. So if you guys are paired up, got your lanes figured out, go ahead, pull up. Let's get them going. All right, next pair, Jason Shepard out of Holman, Wisconsin, the 6'9 Camaro in the tower lane with a 1024 dial-in. Right lane is Michael Lund out of Bettendorf, Iowa, the 96 Firebird, dialed in at 1050. Just a hair over a quarter-second head start here. About 40 thou between reaction times. Win goes to Michael Lund, 1051-1 on the 1050 with a 032 light. Jason was 74 on the tree, breaking out 1021-3 on the 1024. Margin of victory at the finish was 4 thousandths of a second. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. If you're hungry or thirsty, everything in the Rock Falls Raceway concession stand, food concession stand, is half price, excluding any alcohol. But anything food-wise, snack-wise, drink-wise, half off for the remainder of the day. So if you're hungry, thirsty, or want to stock up, half price right now to the end of the day, excluding any alcoholic drinks. So if you're hungry or thirsty or need a snack for later, stock up right now. Again, round robin, round robin. You win your round, you come up for staging, please. Thank you. All right, here we go. Jack Larson, Cropsey, Illinois, in the 72 Comet, the big 200 cubic inch six-cylinder, inline six-cylinder, dialed 1337, the Underdog Comet, racing Chris Knutson in the right lane out of Grimes, Iowa, the 6.9 Camaro with a 396, dialed in at 1056. So not quite a 3-second head start for the Comet. Five thousandths difference between reaction times. You think both these guys want it? The win goes to Underdog. 26 on the tree to Chris's 31. 13.37.3 on his 13.37. Chris was 10.57.8 on the 10.56. Margin of victory for Underdog was 20 thousandths. Logan Werner, Tower Lane, Mason City, Iowa, 62 Plymouth, dialed 1108. Right lane is Matt Lund in the 98 Pontiac, dialed a 994. Mason City, Iowa, left lane. Bettendorf, Iowa, right lane. Three thousandths difference in reaction times, and Logan Werner gets the win. 039 light to Matt's 036, 11.084 on the 1038. Matt slowed to a 998.5 on his 994. Margin of victory was 38 thousandths. And it wasn't 1038. It's just rolled to the next dial in. Sorry. My screen went too fast. Sam Rulin, Tower Lane, White Lake, South Dakota, 11 Challenger, 1038 dial. Scott Dugdale in the right lane, 1152 dial. 8 thousandths red light start for Scott Dugdale, giving the automatic win to Sam Ruland. 10.53.0 on the 1038, taking her easy. And Scott runs right on with a 1. 11.52.1 on his 11.52 with a 8 thousandths red light. Robert Siegworth, Tower Lane, Cobra Jet, dial a 10.32. Corey Hopkins, right lane, North Branch, Minnesota, 69 Dodge Dart. A 11.18 dial in. Reaction time advantage, left lane, and gets the win. 035 light for Robert. Corey was 089. 1038.1 on the 1032. Corey was 1122.3 on the 1118. Again, this is round robin racing, so you win your round, come on back up. Radar looks kind of sketchy, so we need to hurry this program up as quick as we can. Again, you win your round, come on back up. Again, Rock Falls Raceway concession, food concession, is half off everything except for alcoholic beverages. So if you're hungry, you're thirsty, or need a snack, or ice cream cone, or whatever, 50% off to the end of the day on everything in the food concessions at Rock Falls Raceway except alcoholic beverages. Tower Lane, Al Corda, 15 Camaro, dialed in at 1028. Right lane is Jeff Parker in the 70 Camaro, dialed in at 1110. Elk Mound, Wisconsin in the left lane. Powell, Wyoming in the right lane. Al Corder for the win, 044 on the tree to Jeff's 028. A 1050 with a 2 on his 1028. Jeff slows to 1136, 8 on his 1110. Margin of victory was 30 thousandths. Tower Lane, Dave Goldie in the 65 Mustang, 1134 dial. Right lane is Daniel Blubbleville out of Davidson, North Carolina in the 70 Buick, 1046 dial. Win goes to Dave Goldie, 023 on the tree to Daniel's 135, 1138.0 on the 1134. Daniel was 1051.1 on the 1046. Tower Lane, Jim Parsons, Kearney, Missouri, 66 Chevy Nova, 1096 dial. Right lane is Doug Duell, 69 CUDA out of Newburgh, Indiana, 1065 dial. Win goes to Doug Duell, 033 on the tree to Jim's 054, 1071.8 on the 1065. Jim was 1104.5, and my screen changed already. Sorry about that. Larry DeForest, Tower Lane, 953 dial in. Russ Kramer in the right lane, a 1056 dial in. Five thousandths between reaction times. The win goes to Russ Kramer, 1056.7 on the 1056 with a 33 light. Larry was 954.0 on his 953 with a 38 light. Margin of victory for Russ was .0083 at the finish. Ben Line, Tower Lane in the 69 Mustang, 1056 dial in. Paul Marola in the right lane, dialed at 1096 in the 66 Chevy 2. Little over 20 thousandths between reaction times. Win goes to the better reaction time. Ben Line, 22 on the tree to Paul's 46. A 1057.5 on the 1056. Paul was 1096.6 on the 1096. Margin of victory was 15 thousandths. Jamie Peach here out of Oakdale, Minnesota in the Tower Lane, 72 Buick, 1102 dial in. Bradley Covisto out of Cromwell as GTO in the right lane, 1121 dial. .29 thousandths between reaction time. Better reaction time gets win. Brad was 12 on the tree to Jamie's 41. 1122.2 on the 1121. Forcing Jamie to break out 1099.5 on the 1102 dial. Brad moves on to the next round out of the fast ready lane. Lance Line, Tower Lane, 1026 dial in. Steve Copine in the spectator or the right lane, 1013 dial in. About 36 between dial or reaction time. Wind goes to Lance Line, 64 in the tree to Steve's 100 light, 10:29.4 in the 10:26. Steve was 10:17.7 on the 10:13. A margin of victory was 49 thousandths. Missing Mike Lund for Index Racing, and we need Nostalgia back to the lanes. Again, this is round robin. You win your rounds, you come back up, and we'll pair you up here in the staging lanes. All right, Dennis Lund Jr., Tower Lane, Davenport, Iowa Camaro, dial the 1250. Right lane is Dalton Johnson, Eau Claire, Wisconsin, 69 Camaro, dial the, or Index 11 flat. Dennis Lund Jr. goes 8 thousandths red, giving the automatic win to Dalton. Dalton runs 11.031 on the 11 flat Index. Ryan Sufeld, Tower Lane, 64 Plymouth Wagon, 1050 Index. Right lane is Mike Lund, the Camaro, 1025 index. Wind goes to Mike Lund, 071 on the tree, a 1025.4 on the 1025. Ryan had the win, but took too much stripe. 1049.5 on the 1050, taking 04 stripe. Tower Lane is Riley Spear of Fort Ripley, Minnesota, 98 Pontiac. 10 flat is the index. Brian Anderson out of Millbank, South Dakota, in the 99 Camaro on the right lane. 1075 index. Twenty thousandths red light for Riley Spear. Brian Anderson gets the win. 1078.3 on the 1075. Al Corda here with the bye is just going to trip the beams and back up. Stock, super stock, stock, super stock. The ladder's going up, so we need you up to staging lanes ASAP. Stock, super stock. We need you to the staging lanes ASAP. The ladder's going up right now. Again, this is round robin. Round robin. You win your round, you need to come back up to staging lanes ASAP, please. We appreciate it because we're just trying to get this race in for everybody before the eventual rains hit. All right, Nostalgia's coming out. I think we're down to 3 pairs. Well, I believe we have 5 Mopars and 1 Chevy left in Nostalgia Superstock. Jerry Bolton in the lone Chevrolet 65 Chevelle out of Jessup, Iowa in the Tower Lane. 975 is the index. Bruce Lang also with a 975 index out of Marathon, Wisconsin in his 68 Cuda. So kind of a heads-up race that hopefully a better reaction time should get the win. Pretty big difference in reaction times. And it pays off. Bruce Lang with the win. 076 light to Jerry's 155 light. 977.9 on his 975. So it looks like a Mopar is going to take Nostalgia Superstock today. Stock Superstock, we need your lanes ASAP. Stock Superstock to the lanes ASAP. Dave Duell, Tower Lane 950 dial. Jason Barron's right lane 1175 index. Fifteen thousandths between reaction times. And the win goes to Doug Duell, 39 on the tree, 951.4 on the 950. Jason was a little quick, 1173.3 on the 1175. Had a little better reaction time, 24 to a 39, but took a little too much stripe. Steve Glepke, Tower Lane, 10 flat index. Ryan Seafelt, right lane, 1050 index. .031 red for Ryan Seafelt. Give the automatic win to Steve Glepke, who went 004 red, but first red loses on this race. He runs a 10.028 on his 10 flat index. So Lang will have the bye going to the final. It will be Duell versus Glepke for the other matchup in the semifinals for NSS. Index race will be Mike Lund, number 3171 versus Al Corda. Johnson 515 versus Anderson 5058. So we need those 4 cars up for the index race semifinals. We also need all stock superstock winners to staging lanes ASAP. Stock superstock winners to staging lanes ASAP. We've got Larson versus Wernick, Goldie with the bye, Spear versus Duell, Lund versus Line, Sigworth versus Corda, Covisto versus Ruland, Kramer versus Ben Line. The other line was Lance Line, it looks like 5390. All right, Goldie's going to take his bye here. Start that out real quick and back up. We're still waiting for Doug Duel for stock, super stock. Doug Duel, we need you for stock, super stock. And just a note for everybody, all payout will be via mail, and we'll send you a check. So you don't have to worry about rushing up to the tower before you head out. All payouts and refunds will be done by check via mail. So no need to come up to the tower and worry about getting a check or stand in line or anything. So just so you're aware, we'll be sending out checks. Again, this is round robin. Round robin. We need to hurry. There's wet stuff out there. It's just creeping closer and closer. So I think we're doing pretty good. We just need to get this going. And attention to the pits. Last call. Last call for Rock Falls Raceway concession stands. If you need food or something to drink, everything is half off. Everything is half off except for alcohol products. All right, Tower Lane, Lance Lyon, Cromwell, Minnesota. Mustang, 1969 Mustang, 1028 dial. Right lane is Michael Lund out of Bettendorf, Iowa. The 96 Firebird, 1050 dial in. Nine thousandths between reaction times. Double breakout win to Michael Lund. 10.48.0 on the 1050. Lance was 10.24.7 on the 1028. Michael was 48 on the tree. Lance was 57 on the tree. Margin of victory was 13 thousandths. Tower Lane, Robert Sigworth in the Cobra Jet Mustang dialed in at 10.32. Right lane is Al Corda from Elk Mound, Wisconsin. Is Camaro dialed at 10.30. So he's spotting the Cobra Jet 200s here, and we'll see if he can chase him down. Well, if you're at the starting line, you probably saw the reaction time advantage. And it turns into a win for Al. 24 on the tree to Robert's 62. He runs a 10.31.1 on the 10.30, forcing Robert to break out. A 10.30 with a 2 on his 10.32. Margin of victory was 9th thou. Tower Lane is Logan Wernitt out of Mason City, Iowa in the 62 Plymouth. 1107 is his dial in. Right lane is Jack Larson out of Cropsey, Illinois. The 72 Comet, the underdog, dialed in at 1337 again. Well, Jack went 31 red, handing the automatic win to Logan, who, by the way, went 20 red, but it doesn't matter. Jack went red first. 11:38.9 on his 11:07. Logan moves on. Tower side, Ben Line, 69 Mustang, dialed in at 10:56. Right lane is Russ Kramer in his 64 Belvedere, dialed in at also 10:56. But they're not running the same class, so it's not a heads-up deal. Jeez, 9 thousandths between reaction times. And Russ Kramer turns on the win light on a double breakout. Had the better reaction time 11 to Ben's 20, 10:54.7 on his 10:56. Ben was a little quicker, 10:52.9. Margin of victory was 18 thousandths for Russ Kramer. Sam Rulin, 10:38, dialing in the 11 Challenger in the tower lane. Brad Covisto in the GTO, dial 11:19 in the right. Sam goes red by 72 thousandths, giving the automatic win to Brad Covisto. 056 light for him. 11:18.2 on his 11:19 dial. Doug Duell in the tower lane, 69 CUDA, dial the 1065. He's out of Newburgh, Indiana. Brett Spear out of Fort Ripley, Minnesota in the right lane, the 87 Camaro, dial the 1006. Four thousandths between reaction times. And the win goes to Brett Spear, 26 on the tree to Doug's 030, a 10.086 on the 10.06. Doug breaks out 10.63.9 on his 10.65. So Brett moves on to the next round. Stock, super stock. I've got the ladder right here. It's Wernet versus Goldie, Spear versus Lund, Corda versus Covisto, and Russ Kramer with the bye. Again, that's Wernet versus Goldie, Spear versus Lund, Corda versus Covisto, and Kramer with the bye. So we need you guys back to staging lanes ASAP. I gotta have 4 cars up here for Index. Gotta have 3 cars up here for Nostalgia. And then 7 cars for stock, super stock. So we're getting down there, folks, but the weather's moving in fast, so we need to hurry, hurry, hurry and get this thing going. I don't know if you're watching your radar on your phone or tablets or whatever you got, but it is coming. All right, well, here we go. This is the semifinals, I believe, of the index race. Dalton Johnson, the Tower Lane 69 Camaro 11 index, 11 flat. Brian Anderson from Millbank, South Dakota in the 99 Camaro on the right lane. 1075 is his index. One of these two will go to the final to meet up with either Lund or Corda. Well, definitely a huge reaction advantage for one lane. Turns it into a W. Dalton was 81 on the tree to Brian's 154, 11.04.5 on the 11 flat, forcing Brian to break out 10.72.7 on his 10.75. So Dalton will be in the final, and he will face either Corda or Lund. We need to speed up the program. Round robin on espresso, whatever you got. We need you up here ASAP. We've got two more rounds of stock, super stock to get a champion. We got 2 rounds of nostalgia super stocker to get a champion. And then we've got 1 pair and 1 more round for the index class. And the rain is moving fast this way, and there's lots of it. And it's getting bigger, bigger, bigger by the minute, so we got to hurry up. Hurry up the program, people. All right. Well, here's the next pair here in the semifinals of the index class. Mike Lund and Al Corda. Al Corda in the left lane, Mike Lund in the right lane. Camaro versus Camaro. 1025 versus 1025. Who's it going to be? Who's going to be in the final? Nineteenth house separates reaction times. And the win goes to the better reaction time. Mike Lund, 28 on the tree. Al Corda, 47 on the tree. 10:28.4 on the 10:25. Al was slower at 10:29.6 on the 10:25. Margin of victory was 31 thou. So it'll be Mike Lund versus Johnson. Lund versus Johnson in the final of index. Stock, super stock, stop, super stock. We need you to stage your lanes ASAP, ASAP, ASAP. We've got 7 cars we need for stock, super stock to the lanes now. All right, semifinals of the Nostalgia Superstock coming at you. Steve Glupke, Tower Lane, 64 Dodge wagon, or sedan, sorry. 10 flat, Doug Duell, Newburgh, Indiana, on the 64 Plymouth wagon, a 950 index. Doug Duell gets the win, 954.9 on the 950 with a 95 light. Steve Glupke takes, a bit too much stripe, you say. Breaks out 996.7 on his 10 flat. Had the better reaction time too, unfortunately. Bruce Lang was going to the final. Just going to trip the lights in the semi, back her up, and he'll be ready to race Duell in the final. So index race, it's Lund versus Johnson. Nostalgia Super Stockers, it's Lang versus Duell. And I need 7 stock Super Stockers to staging lanes ASAP. I see 2, I think. I need 5 more stock, super stock staging. 5 more cars to staging lanes ASAP. I know I sound like a broken record, but you got to look at the radar and it's coming fast. So you 5 cars, you need to get up here, pair up, and get your lanes figured out, get suited up, belted in, and pull up front as soon as possible. Well, we're going to run the buy since he's here already. So I'm guessing that Russ probably going to run it out for some good information. Looks like Russ indexed at 11 flat. Nope, not going to run it out. Just going to take a scenic cruise down drag strip by himself. Waiting on 2 more super stockers, please. I've got 4. I need 2 more. And who's ever here, and if you're paired up, go ahead, suit up, buckle up, and let's go. And again, winners, come right back to staging, please. Winners, come right back to staging. Okay, stocks, super stock, saddle up. Let's go. 2 more rounds. Okay, I hear some good sounds. Thunder in the pipes. Let's go, go, go. Looking like 5:15 it's going to be downpouring. So that doesn't give us much time. Tower Lane, Logan Wernet out of Mason City, Iowa, the 62 Plymouth, 383 powered, 1106 dialing. Dave Goldie in the right lane out of Maple Grove, Minnesota, the 65 Mustang, 289, dialed at 1134. Eighteen thousandths between reaction times. Double breakout win goes to Logan Wernet. 061 on the tree to Dave's 043, 11.052 on his 11.06. Dave was a lot quicker, 11.29 on his 11.34, taking a bit too much stripe. Tower Lane, Michael Lund out of Bettendorf, Iowa, 96 Firebird, dialed in at 10:43. Oh, I'm sorry, 10:48. They just changed it. Right lane is Brett Spear in his 87 Chevy, dialed in at 10:07. The shoe polish is hard to read in this light here. Well, again, somebody here was near perfect on reaction time. Let's see if they get the win. And does not. Something happened with Brett Spears' car, I'm guessing. 006 light. Michael was 032, runs a 10.63.3 on his 10.48. Brett slowed to a 10.79.5 on his 10.07. Tower Lane is Al Corda in his 15 Camaro, dialed in at 10:32. Right lane is Brad Covisto in his 74 GTO, dialed at 11:17. Elk Mound, Wisconsin, left lane. Cromwell, Minnesota, in the right lane. About 39 thousandths between reaction times, and something happened with Al's car. Brad wisely saw that, slowed down to get the win. Brad was 40 on the tree. Al was 79 on the tree, and slows down to 11.80 with a 3 on his 11.17 for the win. Don't see anything on the track or any fluids or anything out of Al's car. So that looks like a good sign. So the matchup for the semifinals for stock super stock combo will be Wernet versus Lund, Covisto versus Kramer. And we do need you up here as soon as possible. Weather's coming; it's coming fast, so we got to get this moving as quick as possible. Dave Duell, I think we need the Dragon Wagon up here for a final round. A Nostalgia Superstock. Also need Wernet versus Lund and Covisto versus Kramer up to staging lanes. Still waiting on 4 vehicles for the stock super stock semifinals. Wernet versus Lund, Covisto versus Kramer. We need you up to staging. We've got the finals here ready for the index and the finals ready here for the Nostalgia Superstockers. So when you guys are cooled off enough, get your lanes figured out, saddle up, and let's go. We'll finish those two. Just need 3 more cars for the stock super stock now. All right, Nostalgia Superstock is saddling up, getting ready for their final. We need Index class to do the same. Saddle up. We'll get your final run out. Need Wernet, Lund, Covisto to staging lanes. ASAP, please. All right, here comes the Nostalgia Superstock final. Index, you need to saddle up. Get your final next. Index, saddle up. Stock, Superstock, stock, Superstock. Still waiting on 3 vehicles. Stock, Superstock to the lanes ASAP. Tower Lane, Doug Duell, Newburgh, Indiana, 64 Plymouth Fury wagon, the Dragon wagon, dialed or indexed at 950. Bruce Lang, Marathon, Wisconsin, 68 Barracuda, indexed at 975. Final round. $23 thousandths between reaction times. The win goes to Doug Duell. 84 on the tree to Bruce's 61. A 952.1 on his 950 index. Bruce took a bit too much stripe. 971.5 on his 975 index. Congratulations to Doug Duell and the Duell Racing team on your victory today. Let's see, Nostalgia Superstockers, they were racing for a $5 grand winner purse today. I heard rumor of a split, but that's between them and Jennifer, so Warnett and Lund, you need to be in staging lanes ASAP. As a matter of fact, means right now. Warnett and Lund, you need to be in staging lanes ASAP because we're getting ready to run. We're going to run the index final right now. And then Superstock is next. So if you want to race to get to the final, you need to be here now. right, here we go. Lund and Wernet, we need you now. Lund and Wernet, we need you right now. So the final of the index race, it's going to be Dalton Johnson out of Eau Claire in the left lane. Right lane is Mike Lund. And I'm not sure if we're having a problem here in the right lane or not. Well, it looks like we have a breakage here, so looks like Dalton Johnson's going to get a single in the final. Well, a tough way to lose a final and have something leaking. I'm not sure what the leak is yet. But Dalton Johnson gets the win. There's something with the tree that without the dial in the right lane and he was staged, it wouldn't activate the tree, so it doesn't matter. He's the winner, so congratulations to Dalton Johnson. And we're ready for Stock Super Stock. Don't forget to get your pictures of the winner circle. Okay, so here we go with semifinals, Stock Super Stock combo. Russ Kramer and Brad Covisto going at it right now. Brad Covisto in the tower lane out of Cromwell, Minnesota, the 74 GTO, dialed 1116. Right lane is Russ Kramer, Big Lake, Minnesota, the 64 Belvedere, dialed to 1054. Thirteen thousandths between reaction times. Russ Kramer with the win in the Fast Freddy lane. 031 light to Brad's 044 light. 1067.4 on the 1054. Brad slowed down to 1135 on his dial-in. So Russ Kramer will be in the final versus one of these two. Logan Wernet, 62 Plymouth, 1105 dial-in out of Mason City, Iowa. Right lane is Michael Lund out of Bettendorf, Iowa. The 96 Firebird down to 1048. Quite a difference in reaction times. We'll see how it pays out on the top end. And it does. Logan Wernick, 12 on the tree, 11.092 on the 11.05. Michael Lund, 117 on the tree, a 10.48.0 on the 10.48. Ouch. So Logan Wernick goes to the final to meet up against Russ Kramer. Old Mopar versus Old Mopar in the final of Stock Super Stock.
All right, we need Logan Wernick and Russ Kramer back for the final. We've got rain coming, and it's going to be here real quick. So unless you want to split this pot, which I don't care what you do, but we'd like to declare a winner of the only stock super stock combo race that we've been able to accomplish this weekend. So we need Logan Wernick and Russ Kramer. We need you back. I know you just went down the track a few minutes ago, but we need you back so we can get this accomplished before the rain gets here.
Stock Super Stock Combo final coming at you. Guaranteed one old Mopar is going to take some cash home tonight. The other one's going to take home some cash too. $4,000 to the winner. Runner-up gets $2,000. So plenty of dollars on the line right here. Logan Wernick, Tower Lane, Mason City, Iowa, 62 Plymouth, dialed 1107. Right lane is Russ Kramer, Big Lake, Minnesota, 64 Belvedere, the newer car, dial in at 1054. $25,000 separate reaction times. And it turns into win for Logan Wernick. 13 on the tree. Russ was 38. Logan runs 11.085 on his 11.07. Russ is 10.54.2 on his 10.54. Margin of victory for Logan Wernick, 0.0124. Congratulations to Logan Wernick and the Wernick Racing Team out of Mason City, Iowa. Russ Kramer on a good job getting to the finals. And we got it in. And the rain is right like across the street. So get your stuff packed up. Congratulations to everybody for getting her done today. And we appreciate you all coming out.